tātou. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you here. We're going to start with the karakia, which is coming up on the screen sort of nowish. There it is. All right, Council, if you join me in our karakia for today, please. Kia inoe tātou. Tuia I runga, tuia I raro, tuia I roto, tuia I waho, tuia nā kaimahi o te kaunihere o kirikiri roa, whaia te iti kahurangi, kia u, kia mau, kia ita, haumie, huiei, tāiki ei. Thank you, everyone. Oh gosh, my screen's just gone black. I'll just put it back up again. Welcome to today's meeting. We have a few people, we've got a few things to approve. Hang on, I've lost it. I've lost it. IT. Give me half a second, it'll be back up. But I do have the agenda just in front of you here, so we can go from there. There we go. Sorry, I've had so many IT issues, but we're all sweet. We're sweet today. There we go. Thank you. Wrong one. That's this next week's. Don't want to go there just yet. There we go. There we go. It's a bit slow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for bearing with me. I was actually quite calm with that small IT blip, but I've had some bigger IT blips yesterday. And then I had to use my inner zen to cope with being not connected with the world. It's quite a hard thing. Anyway, here we are. We've got apologies for partial attendance. Councillor McIndoe has an opening to do today. Councillor Pike, Councillor Tauriki are arriving at 12. Councillor Van Oosten is with us at the moment, but may not be with us all day. But I understand you'll be here for the vote this afternoon. So that's all good. So we'll keep in touch with you around timing on that. So given that, I move that the apologies be accepted and ask for someone to so second. Thank you, Louise. Councillor Louise, confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that it is as confirmed. Please, a seconder. Oh, Tim.
Sorry, am I able to speak at this point?
Is that a point of...
Related to the agenda. Yeah. I just want to apologise to colleagues for the fact that I do need to step out for a short time this morning in order to attend an opening at Dementia Waikato that I've been committed to for some time, and I have spoken to both Amy and Mayor Paula about the placement of my notice of motion on the agenda, and I'm grateful for the assurance that I'll be able to return. I should be back here at the very latest by 11:30. I'll try to get back earlier.
Yeah, our intention is to do it around the 12:30 mark. I have been asked by 4 councillors who have other arrangements, and out of fairness for everyone, let's all be here for that. So we'll have a little bit of flexibility. You're welcome. All right, so with that, excuse me, I confirm the agenda, and Deputy Mayor Angela seconds. All in favour? Any declaration of interest being present today? No? Oh, hi, Andrew.
In a PX item, I will step out for one of the PX items.
Thank you. Thank you. Accepting that conflict of interest, I'll move that, and Deputy Mayor will second. All in favour? Public forum is now on, and I believe we've got Roger first. Good morning, Roger. You're speaking to item 14, the notice of motion on the representation review.
Indeed, Your Worship. Thank you very much. Just further to my written submission, I belong to a ratepayer group and here in Hamilton, and we meet at different locations across the city. So one month we could be in Hamilton East, and next month we could be in Dinsdale. And from my experience, local representation is the best best way that we can approach elected councillors rather than a citywide ward which is being promoted. The reason for this is that local elections provides a contract or compact obliging the ratepayer to pay his or her rates. And the safest way to ensure this, and most democratic, is to continue with the present system. I also oppose the reduction in the number of councillors from 14 to 10, because that will cause problems for the Maori Ward. Presently there are 2 elected representatives from there. This could be reduced to 1, and that would isolate intolerably a single councillor in that ward. I have advocated in the past for extra wards in the city, for example, a ward in Temple View to cover that particular area. So I do believe that having 2 wards is the best balance for the city, because there are no further geographical divides apart from the river. And on the positive note, I have been re-elected for a 2nd term in the position in my ratepayer group. So I'll leave it there for you, and hopefully you'll have some questions for me. Thank you very much. Yes.
We have a little bit of time for questions. Questions would be only for clarity, so I'll see if there are any, but I think you were 100% clear about how you felt about that, so I'm not sure there will be. Are there any questions, councillors? No? See, you were 100% clear, so we thank you for that. We appreciate
You're
it.
welcome, Mayor Paula.
No, no worries. We appreciate that you often take the time to come and exercise your civic duties, so we appreciate that. All right, so next up we have Georgie Danzy. Good morning.
Kia ora koutou. I'm speaking today in my capacity as a community member against the notice of motion for the representation review. I've got 3 points that I want to make to support my submission today. The first is the cost of having a representation review this year. The second is the impact of the outlined motion on our democracy. And the third is the impact of the proposed motion on Hamilton City Council's commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So firstly, it's my understanding that a representation review is due to occur in the next term of council. This planned review would have allocated funding and resource allocated to it. Bringing the review forward to this year would come at a significant cost to the council at a time when finances are really tight. My understanding is that the review would cost upwards of $100,000, and in my view, it's a really unnecessary expense when concurrently multiple staff redundancies are occurring across HCC, impacting the livelihoods of Hamiltonians and further limiting the capacity of HCC staff. I've got 3 kids, so I consider myself a playground connoisseur, and I can say that Hamilton is the best playgrounds in New Zealand. Our playgrounds, along with many of our other community services, are so important to our residents. I would way prefer that my money went into furthering our community infrastructure instead of urgently addressing a review that is scheduled to happen in the future anyway. I'm curious, actually, to know why a group of councillors who are also actively seeking low rate increases are also advocating for an additional unnecessary expense to ratepayers in this review. To my second point, the impact of the outlined motion on democracy. I've been involved in both general election and local election campaigns in Kirikiriroa for the past 15 years. The work we all do as political activists is to support democratic processes and access to representation for our communities. Just this week, I asked a friend of mine if she would be interested in standing for council next year. I'm just worried about how much it would cost, was her response. You all know more than me about how much it costs to run a council campaign, and barriers to finances is a huge reason why a very capable person may not put their hand up to run. Widening the patch of campaigning to the whole of Hamilton means more money on billboards, on leaflets, on letters to voters, and more resource and time spent getting across the communities one wishes to represent. This additional work and cost will significantly decrease the pool of candidates who will stand for local council and be elected. It will mean that the financially wealthy candidates with time flexibility are more likely to be elected. This is undemocratic. To fairly represent our diverse city, we need a diverse range of councillors. We need councillors who are young, who are ethnic, and councillors who don't own their own home. One of the things I love is heading down to community events and seeing my local councillors there engaged in the community. Reducing the number of councillors on council will increase workload for the elected representatives and therefore will reduce the accessibility and engagement with the public, which is literally the point of your job. This motion put forward is undemocratic and does not support diverse representation and accessibility to public engagement. My third point is regarding Hamilton City Council's commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I'm really devastated to see the repeal of the Maori Ward legislation go through Parliament. It is a backward step for our country and a breach of our commitment to Te Tiriti. My understanding is that the proposed review in front of us today would disestablish the Māngai Māori positions in council at the same time as the Maori Ward repeals. I look forward to hearing how the Pākehā and Tauiwi around this table can justify how HCC as a governing body in Aotearoa is committed to honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi while at the same time removing Māori voices that contribute to decision making. In closing, my submission is to wait. Have the review at the allocated time next term, conduct a full and holistic review that puts democracy and Te Tiriti o Waitangi at the forefront of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 20 seconds and there's a question for clarity, but you know that, Mark. Yeah.
I think this is for clarity. What do you consider an expensive campaign? You said that only financially well-off councillors or people can afford campaigns for re-election. I'm just looking for what does that, what's the number?
What's the number?
Yeah,
the
what's the
figure
dollar
that you
value?
need to run a campaign?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the candidate, but if you want to have billboards across the city, if you want to send leaflets out to people, I'd say you're looking at around 10K. The less money you invest in things like billboards, the less likely you are to be elected.
I think the point you were making, wasn't it, that if it's a whole of city, it's double. Whatever
That's the point, yes.
Is that the point?
Oh, just
And of course, Mark, we know that the limits for campaign spend are set by law, so.
that was going to be my supplementary piece. Yeah.
Okay, but thank you. Feel free to sidle up and chat with Georgie in the break. Holly Snake, please.
All right, am I on? Yes, I'm on.
What's that, Jeff?
I'll have to raise it in questioning. I'm trying not to be awkward, but this is not about Maori Wards. This
Okay,
notice of motion. Both speakers so far seem to be under a misapprehension about that.
Okay, you're right. Excuse me. No, you're right. It actually is not the time. That is this is the time for the public to express their views. Yes, you have. But can I remind councillors that when you are talking, when someone else is sitting ready to talk, it is incredibly distracting. And anybody who's ever sat in this seat as a chair, which is majority of you will know, it's like an echo chamber. And I can't hear anything else, and I could hear what you were saying only, Jeff. So we need to just be respectful of others. Holly was at the seat. Thank you. Holly, off you go, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Sorry, it's distracting too. I've got the sunshine right in my eyes. You know, that's fine. But if I'm not looking this way, I'm not ignoring you, okay? I'll just kind of chill like this. Hey, thank you. Oh, look, honestly, it's fine. I just don't want you people to feel ignored. Yeah. No, honestly, I haven't got that much. It's a pretty short talk. It's fine. I'm fine. 100% in support of what Georgie had to say, by the way, and she said it really well. I'm not going to say too much more. I just wanted to add, I understand that you're talking about moving to the citywide elections rather than the 2 wards we currently have, and I wanted to take a moment to share my concerns. My biggest concern really is the cost to electioning becoming an even greater barrier to lower income candidates running. There seem to be 2 factors that enable people to get across the line in local body elections, and they tend to be name recognition and budget. For those who don't already possess name recognition, they have to rely on their budgets to raise their profiles. The cost to running an election, as you might be quite aware, is not insignificant. I've done it myself unsuccessfully, but there's certainly a very strong correlation between the money people put in and the amount of votes that they get. And we calculate this each sort of year. And basically you need at least $5,000. So Georgie's right when she's talking about 10K for a citywide campaign. The people most likely to be impacted by this are those in lower income brackets, and we know that tends to be our ethnic communities clustered in the space. We know women tend to have less wealth than men. We know young people tend to have less disposable income. Diversity of representation supports robust decision making, so we should be considering how to grow that diversity, not create barriers to it. I understand that when elected, you're here to represent the whole city, not just your ward, and that is fair and reasonable. I also know that there are many East Ward candidates that I would love to support wholeheartedly with my vote, and I can't because I live on the West. But retaining wards ensures there is representation from across the city, both sides of the river, and while it's still a costly exercise to run, it's significantly less than having to get across both sides of the river. Even those running for central government don't have to bear that burden, so I urge you consider that in your conversations today.
Thank you, very straightforward. Any questions, clarity? There being none? Oh, sorry. Councillor Bidder.
Yes, with reference to diversity,
Yes.
Have you noticed that there are more female councillors than male?
Yes. And isn't that great? And we also have a 2-ward system. I think that is absolutely brilliant.
Why is it great if having men is bad as councillors?
It's not bad. It's not bad. There's still a lot of men at this table, and there should be.
Should there be an equal balance?
It should be close to equal, and it will always move a little bit one way or the other.
So we should reduce the number of female councillors? No, this is a question about diversity. We're hearing diversity.
So let's stick the question to diversity. Your views on diversity around the council are, that is the fairer way to put that question.
Yeah. Yeah, my understanding of diversity around the table is representation from multiple groups, not just one. And we know when we look at the pictures in the hallway historically of our councils, they tend to be
historic is irrelevant.
Well, it isn't irrelevant. It's a part of our story.
Sorry, pause, sorry, Polly. This is becoming a little bit rude. It's not a place for debate. It's the time for public to express their views. If you didn't understand what point Holly was making, you were entitled to seek clarity. We've asked about diversity, so I think that our question has been answered unless you want to add anything else, Holly.
Thank you very much. It was fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everyone. I got so thinking it was such good presentations, I forgot about you, Jeremy. Sorry.
Won't take it personally.
No.
Morena councillors, thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. It seemed like it may have been a little bit longer between visits, but it's always a pleasure to spend some time with you all and talk about the future of the city that we're proud to serve. First, I'd like to address the motion for the representation review. It seems concerning to propose to undertake this at this point for a number of reasons. It's an additional workload on staff who already appear to be at capacity and are facing further proposed reduction in service levels and staffing through the ongoing LTP process. It would create additional council expense at a time where this should be minimised, as has already been discussed, as well as being an unnecessary distraction from the core business of delivering service to the communities. Our communities have also already been through an increased period of consultation, both local and central government, and this presents a risk for meaningful engagement around this matter. There was a representation review in 2021 which confirmed the current structure. This also included Maori wards. There's also one proposed to come. There is a potential further complication around the local government amendment bill and what that might mean for further community engagement and consultation in the future. All these things suggest that this is an additional expense, additional burden on staff and community, and additional complications with no clear strategic benefit for the city at this time. For those reasons alone, it seems unnecessary. An additional potential negative outcome of this proposed motion and the reduction on councillor numbers is the compromised potential for diversity of representation. It is vital for a diverse city like Hamilton to have an array of diverse councillors who have a depth of meaningful connections with local communities to proactively share their views and aspirations within this governance context. It also seems that a reduction in numbers would be poorly aligned for a city of this size with a noted focus on growth. Local Government New Zealand shares that local democracy is strongest when it includes and reflects all voices in a community. The future for thriving local government should be on increasing the diversity of representation and on ensuring all communities and elected members are included, valued and given the support that they need to have their voices heard. As has been seen in the last few months, the workload, community engagement and decision-making burden on you all as elected officials is heavy and complex, and as such there needs to be an appropriate scale of representation engaging in that work for clarity. It is essential that there are diverse voices strengthening the strategic oversight and imaginatively addressing our future potential as a city. Even if considering this from purely economic outcomes perspectives, research reported in Forbes, Harvard Business Review and Deloitte point to diversity as being a significant contributor to stimulating innovation by challenging conventional thinking, encouraging fresh ideas and promoting creative problem solving. So if the Council wants to better examine ways to lead us into the future, it seems relevant to embrace a broader collection of voices around the Council table with an open mind rather than looking to reduce the strategic scope. The proposed reduction to a singular ward is also problematic. It doesn't appear to align with how the city is structured socially, demographically or functionally, and so would potentially limit the possibilities for that diverse representation. It is also concerning that this potential review would include the Maori roles at a time of national disruption around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and working in partnership with mana whenua is concerning to suggest the review might further compromise the social cohesion of our community and pathways for meaningful representation. It is worth noting that new research conducted at the University of Waikato, published in the International Journal of Political Science, showed that the treaty provided a powerful symbol that promotes mutual understanding and reconciliation. It suggests that this can forge a bicultural sense of belonging and commitment to work together, and suggests that any decisions that seek to undo progress may lead to diminishing returns into the future. Finally, I just want to address briefly the Heipo Manawa Order funding reduction components in the waters item. And while we know that waters are an important area of focus and need, I also want to express concern for future activity in alignment with this strategy, more specifically in regards to the areas of reduction to not progress with the Council Chamber Cultural Project, Cultural Assets Management Plan and Cultural Blueprint. If deferral is necessary at this time, that would be preferable to complete removal. The Heipo Manawa Order strategies talk specifically about working in partnership with Te Kingitanga, Waikato Tānu and mana whenua, so it would be great to see any potential reductions in these areas developed in acknowledgement of that partnership. I also note the significance of Māngai Māori in that strategic document as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. One quick question, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks for your thoughts. You've made mention and you highlighted as a concern the issue of cost of undertaking such a process as the motion does. What is your understanding of the savings if that motion was successful?
What do you mean?
You've made a large issue about the cost, the $100,000 to do the process. What is your understanding of the savings
my understanding is
that Council would have as a result if it was successful?
So my understanding is that the remuneration of councillors is set and controlled by central government. I also note that there is some savings to be made around technology and provision of things, but that also is already in existence. So unless if you're planning to buy new laptops tomorrow, I don't know if that's as much of a saving as it could be. So yes, there may be savings in the future, but as the city grows, there is a need for increased representation.
So just for clarity, you don't know the figure?
I don't know the exact figure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see you all. Thank you very much for coming in. Councillors, we now move on to item 5, which is the confirmation of the council open minutes for the 4th of April, and I'm happy to so move. Deputy Mayor will second. Questions?
Ended to show that I was present. At the moment, I'm not listed there, and yet it's fairly likely that I was because I seconded the adoption of your report.
Right, there you go.
Thank you.
Job done. Thank you very much, Councillor McIndoe. It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favour? All in favour? Opposed? No. Okay, now we'll move on to the confirmation of the elected member open briefing notes of the 3rd of April. I'll so move, and Deputy Mayor Angela will second. Any questions or concerns about those minutes? There being none, put it to the vote. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That brings us now down to the confirmation of the elected briefing notes of the 18th of April. Missed 10th. Also move. Deputy Mayor Angela will second. Any questions, concerns, matters arising? Being none, I'll put it to the vote. All in favour? Opposed?
Mayor Paula, just
Sorry, Max.
point of note from me regarding the people who were attending. How can we move and second if we don't have a list of who attended at that meeting?
Amy. Oh, we don't always keep...
For briefings, we don't keep an attendance record. It was a decision of past councils to not
sadly
list that.
If council would come to...
And so
we can...
sorry.
So whether there was 3 or 15, it's immaterial. Those that are there, of course, were there. And council can vote on it.
And there's no requirement of this committee when moving and seconding those who are doing that motion don't have to have shown that they were present.
Correct. It's just confirming a true and correct record.
Which is tricky if you weren't there.
I'm just iterating.
Thank you.
I don't often agree with Councillor Maxine, but she's right.
So it needed to be moved and seconded by somebody who was present?
No.
Because it was a workshop?
No.
But the whole idea of moving minutes is that those who participated are confirming that it's an accurate representation of what occurred.
It is.
Like normal, to move a motion, you don't have to be in support of it. You can move a motion, it's the same for the minutes as well.
But the briefings are recorded, right?
Yes, we record them.
Okay, so we can look into that offline, but at this point in time, we are going to stick with what
But
we
moving, with all due respect, moving a motion is a matter that's in front of you.
Yep.
Accepting minutes of a briefing notes is a statement as to accuracy, and surely you have to have been there to be able to make that statement.
Well, what we're being told, if you just hold a second, it's a good point raised. What we're being told by Amy is that is not the case. So I'm going to set it aside for now. We're going to move through these minutes. If that is an area of council procedure that we should tidy up, now, and I hold a very strong view about recording attendance, I have to say, but if that's a strong view of the council, let's tidy it up outside. But I think, you know, there's a lot of things we could discuss about that. It was this council decided that they didn't want to confirm who was at workshops or such. All right, let's move on. Oh, I moved. I seconded it. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. There is one more set for the 18th of April. I'll move. Deputy Mayor Angela will second. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Okay. That brings us on to item 9 now, which is the local water done well update with Andrew.
We've got Peter instead.
Peter.
Here, online.
We've got Peter instead. Have we not? Is Andrew not here?
Andrew's not well.
Oh, that's no good. Good morning.
Andrew succumbed to a negative COVID test this morning, so he's not feeling fantastic.
That says all of us who've been with him in the last 3 days. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I hope that the report is relatively straightforward and can be taken as read. Stafford should be in the chamber with you and able to answer any questions about the specific programs that are outlined where it's proposed to reallocate funding. But the core of this, as was discussed at the briefing yesterday, is to make sure that there is a sufficient budget to progress the work that will be required to respond to local government, local water done well, and ensure that Hamilton is well able to respond to the challenges that are now in front of us. I'm very happy to answer any questions to either me or Stafford.
Okay. We've had, councillors, there are some questions. We have had a couple of good briefings on this recently and some discussion. So, Councillor Hart, questions?
I was just hoping to get an answer for Jeremy's question around the deferral, if possible, of the Hip Hau Manawa order work rather than it being taken out.
It'll have to be revisited either in the 10-year plan or in future annual plan.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I just thought.
Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. My question is in regards to just a point of clarity. I understand what you're asking us to do is to reallocate the better off funding to enable this work to achieve, and I think I heard you say that the quantum should be enough to cover costs. No, respectfully, Mayor Paula, as you will recall, when asking a question, I should ask it through you, but no, I'm clearly asking it to the presenter. I'm just being respectful because I'm supposed to ask it through the chair. So my question remains, if there's expenditure above what the better off is allocated, how do we manage that and who's approving that expenditure?
Through you, Madam Chair. We don't know whether this amount of money will be sufficient or not. We are still working through the formal project budgeting that will be required, and what we're asking for here is the allocation of a budget. The specific approvals to spend will come back to the Finance Committee. If this proves to be insufficient, then that's a matter that would need to be dealt with through the normal process for Council considering unbudgeted expenditure at some time during the year. And we will do whatever we can to ensure that we can work within this amount of money, but the scope of the work that is required is at this stage uncertain because we've not yet seen the legislation and the requirements, for instance, of the new Water Services Delivery Plan.
Mayor Paul, I guess I'm just foreshadowing an amendment where we cap the amount of money to the quantum that's available in the better off funding. So I'll just give you notice of that and try to find a seconder.
Can I just maybe give a bit more context? As Peter said, what we're intending to do is come back with the estimated budgets of the work streams that we've talked about in working groups and briefings and that sort of thing. I think there's a lot of uncertainty there, and it'll depend on which pathway and which structure Council eventually makes a decision on to travel down and to aim towards. So just a word of caution around capping it. If an example, and a hypothetical example, is if we have to set up a CCO, there will be considerable expenditure involved. Obviously, there could well be savings later on in our budgets and that sort of thing. Just looking at the timeframes, I think that we will be okay if you're capping it until we go through an annual plan or a 10-year plan this time next year.
And of course,
yeah.
And Mr. Chief Executive, that's exactly the purpose. And you'll know that, in fact, anything that I commit, that Council commits now, is always reviewed at an annual plan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. I wasn't quite understanding the full context of what you're saying, but I think we're on the same page.
Yeah.
your
Yeah. So I've quickly formulated. It is so an H that says that staff are that the funding allocated cannot exceed the better off funding until the next annual plan.
Okay, thank you.
Just through the chair, I think I might just draw Councillor Wilson to paragraph 50 of the report, which refers to it's not only better off funding, but it's also the waters transition funding. So there's actually $1.66 million of total funding that has been made available, so to speak. So
I'm happy with those two quantums. So if that's the accumulative amount, I'm struggling, Mayor Paula, to stand within the rules where I'm not wanting to get into debate. So staff are responding, and there's,
we understand the intent. Blair has given you some additional information. You're still at liberty to put your.
Yes, and I guess I'm agreeing that I'm tying in the two amounts.
Yeah, and you'll get to speak to the motion in full shortly.
Yes.
When we finish questions, which is normal. Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So just to be clear, the 1.6 million is this financial year anyway, and we've only got 4 weeks left of the financial year. So the budget is effectively, it's locked in, right? Have we got a finance person in the room?
Zafford, please.
So the original intent of the Better Off funding was to spend it all in this financial year. That is why there's not a lot of the total Better Off funding that was available to be paused and reallocated. So several weeks ago, when the direction came from central government, we assessed what we could pause in that space. If the decision was to not reallocate this money, it could go back towards these projects, leaving the gap for waters money, and there is provision in the Better Off funding to extend the milestones into next year. So it's not that we couldn't spend the money, it's just that we'd need to make some administrative changes with the Crown Infrastructure Partners to deliver this fund. But yes, you're right, this money would have all been spent this year, except for we paused it several weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand Councillor Wilson's motion in terms of capping and where this money sits. So there's 1 month left for this financial year. Is there any local share in the 1.3 million of Better Off?
There's no, you're talking about NZTA funding?
No, so any HCC funds in there?
Several of the projects have funding from HCC as well. But broadly, the reduction in scope of these projects hasn't changed the HCC contribution.
Yeah, okay, so what I'm looking for though is, because the report indicates that the 1.3 million is from the government grant, but I'm just trying to understand, in the 1.3 million, is any part of that HCC ratepayer funded?
That is total grant funding from the government.
The 1.3 is 100% grant funded, and then of course the 365,000 is government money from the transition. Okay, just a question for Peter. Hi Peter, it's Angela. In terms of the analysis of the 2015 Cranley report, do you have an early understanding of who might do that work?
We're working to create the project team to do that. There are a number of options. We have not finalised that because we can't get budget, so we have not yet engaged the rest of the project team.
Okay, I'm assuming that information would work its way through to the Waters Working Group anyway, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And the scope of what that work might look like.
And the key thing there is we are endeavouring to use the process of engaging with Waikato District Council to, in essence, to confirm or not that the benefits that Cranley identified are still available or still accessible, in order to avoid what would be a substantially larger expenditure to completely rework the business case.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much, Peter. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And I just wanted to get some clarity from staff in terms of the 1.6 million. That's intended to be, to be clear, if the amendment goes ahead, you're comfortable with that, and that was the intention in terms of expenditure for the year, or yeah. So that's my first question.
Correct. So my suggestion that it's capped at 1.666 million budget until the 30th of June 2025.
Yeah. Sorry. And if, however, there's an opportunity to, and we see that it's beneficial to move more quickly in terms of, for example, transitioning to a CCO, I assume this still allows for flexibility for that to be reconsidered later in the financial year.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we're feeling for you, Sarah. It's really hard to have sick children, be sick yourself and still trying to work. Well done. Okay, any other questions on that? And yeah.
I wonder if I could have the mover of the amendment. Just in terms, I'm a little confused around the outcome.
It's a motion with the addition at the moment. It's not actually.
Oh, okay. So it's the staff rec plus the capping.
Yeah.
Given what the chief executive said around the financial year finishing in 4 weeks, are you capping? So can I finish my question of you? So. Are you're capping the project, or you're capping the spend in this financial year?
No, the 30th of June 2025. So it's the budget for the next 13 months.
And okay, but Sia, your advice was that you would caution against that.
No, I just said just to caution that, to Sarah's point, if we went on something which was way bigger, then we'd inform council and say, look, the 1.66 isn't going to cover it, and that we need to revisit that. And
an annual plan.
Yeah, and to Councillor Wilson's point is that we would probably revisit that in an amended 10-year plan or an annual plan next year.
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
And we're aware there could potentially be some other news by then. Okay, so we're all on understanding the same thing. So can you put the motion up with the additional H, please, Amy? Thank you. Oh, Louise, you got a question? Oh, it was a sneeze. You sounded like you said sorry.
And Mark is seconding.
Okay, that's cool. We're just trying to get.
We could clean up, as the Chief Executive suggested, that H says until the end of June 25, because it's that financial year where the new annual plan would take effect. 30th of June.
So there it is. Any further questions, councillors? We haven't heard any strong advice or concern from the staff in respect to this. Pardon?
Project. Yeah.
Right, good job I asked. Okay. Okay, everybody happy? They understand this. They understand the implications. They know there are decisions. around this can be revisited in the annual plan next year, by which time we'll have heard from central government about Three Waters with a bit of luck. So, yes. You have a question, is it, Maxine? Or
Yes, I just wanted to be clear that the timeframes that the working group have been talking about would fit within that 30th of June hard stop of the 1.66 million.
I wasn't at the working group yesterday, unfortunately.
We're supposed to have the waters plan by...
Yes, so we have to have a waters plan submitted to DIA by that date. And I think, Maxine, the pathway going forward will become clearer over the next 6 months as legislation emerges and our thinking along the pathway we want to follow matures.
Did that answer your question, Max?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess supplementary to that, that this work is only to put together these funds are only to put together that plan, or was it also for development of other options and exploring how that might be advantageous or not for Hamilton City Council and our communities?
Correct.
Right, good.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got it up there. It's been moved, it's been seconded, and we'll go into debate, please.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. This motion simply takes an opportunity to take better off funding and allocate it to the important question of Three Waters. We know a lot about Three Waters. In fact, we've been dealing with Three Waters for a very long time. What appears to be unanswered is exactly what's going to come out in government legislation over the next 6 months, and the options that legal framework will enable this council to implement. The reason I wanted, and Councillor Mark wanted, to add NH is to send a new signal that from a governance standpoint, we're taking fiscal responsibility to a new level. That we're sending a very clear message that we're starting to cap expenditure so that staff know they need to work within that expenditure, and if they want to work outside that expenditure, they need to rely on an annual plan or an LTP in best case. In worst case scenario, they can bring it to the Finance Committee when it occurs throughout the year. But we have seen that's how frequently we end up spending copious amounts of money that we didn't consult with our community. So in simple terms, we need to change the way we've been behaving. This helps. Ultimately, we know that we're not going to get clarity from the government for at least 6 to 8 months. And this project fund of 1.66 million, in light of all the millions we've already spent over the last 10 years in data and information and insight into Three Waters or Two Waters, should be well enough for us to be able to put forward a worked out program to manage the benefits of our ratepayers.
Thank you. All right, any other debate? If not, I might say a couple of... Oh, Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry, Deputy Jeff.
Yeah, look, this is good. It's an important work to be done to arrive at a decent wastewater model for the city and for the region. It's actually the biggest thing really going on at the moment outside of our own kind of fiscal issues that we're having. And I think Peter Winders has done an excellent job and is doing an excellent job in bringing us up to date and taking us on that journey. And I absolutely support repurposing some of the money we've previously allocated from the government's Better Off Fund, as well as the water transition funding, towards work that needs to be done because it's core it's core. Nothing's more core than water and wastewater. And I once again highlight, this is the biggest thing happening outside our own fiscal strangulations that are going on. So yeah, all power to them, and I look forward to getting some answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I want to thank staff for finding this budget, actually, because otherwise I think it's yet another unfunded mandate. We have to have a water services delivery plan. We have to put that in. We don't know what that's going to look like. So when the final legislation lands, and I was hoping for it to land today, given that the budget is also out today, that we will then finally know exactly what's in a plan. So again, it's, we're flying a little blind. So thank you to staff for being able to find this money and the fact that we can actually use it for something like this, because unfunded mandates have cost this council tens of millions of dollars over at least a decade, or probably 2 decades actually, and is part of the reason why we're in this financial situation that we're in. So thank you to staff for being nimble and flexible enough and giving us this option.
Thank you. Just got a few points along the same lines to make myself, if I may. Councillor Wilson's absolutely right. Uncertainty has not been helpful at all. It's not been helpful in setting our long-term plan. In fact, it's one of the big barriers to being really confident that we have everything in the long-term plan where it needs to be. But capping expenditure, therefore, seems really helpful, given that we know there will be an announcement this year. But this will occur after our LTP. And we will see the huge implications on what we already do in our draft LTP that's coming for decision-making next week. We already see the massive implications on our budget in outer years to do with Three Waters. And that's no surprise, because we've already always known that dealing with our waters in the future was going to be more expensive. We know we'll be under new legal requirements. We know that the government is favourable to a council-controlled organisation of some type. But what we do not have a clue about is whether any money will flow from government at this point in time. Will any money come our way, or will the financial tools come our way? Either way, at the end of the day, we've got to provide top-quality water services for people at the best cost. And there's so many unknowns at the moment, it's hard to navigate through fog. So I, like Deputy Mayor Angela, looking forward to having an absolute crystal clear understanding of what is required of us. And then the hard work comes about how do we fund it. So that debate is yet to be had. Thank you. Sarah, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you to staff for working to get together this remaining funding. It's extremely helpful in our current circumstances to be able to use this funding to progress the Three Waters work. And this is the most critical work that this council will do, particularly in terms of addressing budget issues. So I do, we have to continue to put importance on that. And in terms of, while I support today's motion in terms of capping the expenditure, I'd also say that given the vital role of waters reform in addressing future rate rises and addressing our fiscal constraints, that if there is an opportunity to move faster in terms of moving to a CCO or other model, then I wouldn't want to stop that work, and we should bring that back for further discussion in the financial year if needed. It is extremely frustrating, the slowness with which the legislation and guidance is coming through around what a CCO model might look like, because there's potentially many fish hooks which we don't want to get caught on by moving too quickly before the legislation is clear. So I would we really do need the government to come out with clear guidance very soon. Otherwise, it could become extremely difficult to actually resolve this issue within this term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, right of reply? Not required. Thank you. Let's go to the vote on the board, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Good debate. We're now moving to item 10. Just let me signal and forecast to anybody who's in the room who takes an interest in this matter. I propose to do the Bryce Street resilience item and the submission to the Waikato Regional Council, and I propose to take a quarter of an hour tea break following those two items. Okay? Excellent. Right, so let's go to the Bryce Street resilience works, please. Huh? Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Mayor Paula. So good morning, councillors. This report has been requested following a consideration at the May meeting of the Infrastructure and Transport Committee, where some additional information was requested. Bryce Street has, the section of Bryce Street between Seddon Road and Tristram Street has a history of ongoing settlement, and we have been doing bits and pieces of work to try and address that over the years. We have a proposal here where we are hoping to get approval to do some more work, narrowing up the road, taking some more weight off the top of the slope, and that work has been developed in conjunction with Kiwi Rail, who have plans to do some work for the slope within their rail corridor. We have had approval from New Zealand Transport Agency to include that in this year's low cost, low risk program, and we have funding available for that. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Robin, for your report. In terms of this financial year, low cost, low risk, that's this financial year, right? The council is yet to approve,
correct,
if any, new low cost, low risk. And we wait for the GPS for that. Have you seen, so Mr. Phil Evans has put in a written submission. It's in our diligent. Have you had time to have a look at that?
I haven't seen that, sorry, no.
Okay. He, quite rightly actually, and so do I, challenges the cost of the $650 for the proposed work. Is there, there's no sort of detail around this, oops, sorry, I've lost my place, around the $650. And I note that 51% of that is NZTA, so we're looking at around $350,000 from our budget. Assume we have, as you've said, we have that budget. Is this, given this has gone on since Adam was a lad, and the risk of spending the $350,000 won't mitigate it entirely, it could happen again, is it a good way, is this the right way to spend this money? And I guess, sorry, I'm being really hairy with my question, Robin. And then I question, playing devil's advocate, that exceeding $1 million to close the road. Can you just kind of shed some light on, are the costs 100% accurate? Seems a lot. And why on earth would it cost us $1 million to close a road?
So for the costs for the work that's proposed, we've got a concrete pavement that we need to work with. Moving the curb line inwards will require us to put some new catch pits in place and to put some new stormwater in place. There's been in the order of about $100,000 spent to date on all of the geotechnic work that's needed to be done to have some degree of confidence that this will address the problem. There is no 100% certain that this is the final answer, but we are told that this will decrease the risk of that slope. slumping into the rail corridor significantly, in combination with the work that Kiwi Rail are doing. So it's two pieces of work that are being done, the 650 being our contribution to that.
350 is our contribution.
650 is the Hamilton City NZTA combined piece of work, and then there's a separate Kiwi Rail piece of work to be done on the slope. And that does include obviously the traffic management that's required and other bits and pieces for completing that work. It is an estimate, and we will hopefully be able to come in under that. It does depend on somewhat what we find when we do open up the site, and understanding what the concrete pavement is like. So that's considered to be on the higher side. With regard to the $1 million estimate for, well, potentially over $1 million to close the road, this is based on the experience that was had out in Ruakura with closing a paper road out there. There is a very formal process that has to be gone through for closing any road. And in the case of the paper road closure, that wasn't actually a road that was built and in use. We've got a road here that is built and is in use, and we have to prove that there is not a need to have it in the network anymore, first of all. And then we have to go through the formal consultation process and potentially deal with any matters through the Environment Court if anyone objects. It is hard to put a dollar figure on that, and so all we've done is provide an indication based on the experience of the most recent closure that we had in place.
So haven't we already proved that the road could be closed because of the subsidence issues? And who are we proving that to?
That's a part of the process. In order to close a road, you have to work through that.
So, but have we not already done that?
I don't believe so. I think that when we've had closures in place, we've shown that the network can accommodate it. There are still in the order of 2,000 cars per day using that particular piece of road. And when we have closures in place, it does put additional traffic outside other locations, such as the Hamilton Girls High School, which is a very busy location as well, with traffic and pedestrians crossing.
Just with that 2,000 cars, I would have thought it would have just been me and Councillor Donovan using that road. Do we have is that absolutely up-to-date data? And
Yes.
It's not included in the report?
Yes, I just got it this morning.
2,000 cars a day?
Yes.
Every day?
Yes.
Okay, and just, I guess, last question. I'm not convinced of $1 million to close it. So the process to close a road is we have to prove it. I don't know who we're proving it to. We have to consult with the public. That's fine. We do that all the time. We could literally put in a sign saying road closed for now and some water barriers, and cyclists and pedestrians can still use it, but cars can't. Is it not? Is it not that simple?
No, because that doesn't address the weight on top of the slope. So even if you closed it to vehicles, you still need to do some work to move the weight of the road away from that slope.
Even though what we're doing, what you're suggesting us to do, is not going to fix the problem.
It's moving the weight away from the edge of that slope, and the recommendation is that increases the risk, increases the level of safety, or reduces the risk of that slope slumping.
What would be a permanent solution?
Dig all of the road pavement out and put it in grass.
Okay.
No weight. You'll still get some settlement there. The work combined with Kiwi Rail is considered as being a very good solution.
And do we have any money in the Kiwi Rail project? Any contribution? No.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I've got some questions. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Robin, thank you for the report. A couple of questions following on from the Deputy Mayor. Could you give me a full breakdown of the 650, please? I don't see that in the report.
So 100,000 has been used for the geotechnic design, investigation, etc.
Yep.
And then the remaining amount is to complete the work. So that is to put catch pits in, to put new curb and channel in, to take out part of the existing road pavement, to build a new pavement, new footpaths, etc., and to do the realignment at the intersection of Seddon Road and Bryce Street, and to do the traffic management, and to do all the comms and that sort of thing.
What's the
associated with
traffic
it.
management cost, please?
I don't have that to hand, sorry.
Why don't you have a breakdown on hand?
Because I don't. I didn't come with that, I'm sorry, and the answer is I don't have the answer.
Right. Madam Chair, maybe we could delay this item, because you'll have it, right?
I can probably get it, yes.
Maybe we could delay the item until we get that information, because I've got a number of questions as a result of the individual spending lines. I want to understand the traffic management cost.
I think you're entitled to the traffic management costs, and we can take a break. What I suggest we do, because, you know, it's not reasonable to put staff on the spot if they don't have it, but it is reasonable to ask for it. So what I suggest that we do is finish all the questions, make sure there are no other questions that remain unresolved, and we'll set aside the debate and deliberations till after the break.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll carry on with the other. Robin, in terms of the catch pits and the realigning of the footpath and the resurfacing of the footpath, help me understand that. Is that because, are you suggesting we're moving the road?
So the curb line closest to Circus Park, and I'll call that the northern side, stays the same.
Yep.
The area that was parking is now going to be the traffic lane for traffic coming from Seddon Road into town towards Tristram Street. And then the lane that was in effect, that lane will become the westbound lane, so the traffic going out of town. And then the curb line will come to there. So we're in effect taking out a whole lane of traffic. Does that make sense?
Right.
And so the curb is going to where the lane was, and everything's moving across by that distance.
Right. And that's moving it away from where it begins to drop down towards the rail line.
That weight on the slope.
So
yes.
How far are we moving away from, because when I look at the map, it doesn't look like a 4-lane road, right? I see one lane in each direction, and I see at intersections where we widen it up, and we can turn left or right. Is there a better picture for me to get?
It's in effect currently 3 lanes, because you have 1 of parking and 2 of traffic. We took out the parking, and that's where we're trying to move the traffic across. So we're tightening it up to become a full only 2 lanes wide, the road corridor.
Right. So when it's finished, we'll still have footpaths on either side?
Yes.
We won't have parking on the south side, if we can agree that we can.
Yes,
there
hasn't been parking there for quite some time.
Right, because I can see the yellow lines.
Yes.
Why are we retaining a footpath on that side if you're so concerned of sloping? What's the pedestrian count?
We don't have a pedestrian count. We do have a cycle count through there, which is indicating about 60 cyclists a day, because that's
But they won't be using the footpath. They'll use.
Where it's going to be a wide enough path to be a shared path.
Oh, so this is going to now be a cycleway footpath.
A shared path, yes.
Right. And so will we paint it green? How will we designate the shared cycleway?
Just through signage, like we do elsewhere around the city, yes.
Right. Okay. And so you'll have that in your costs as well?
Yes.
Great. So, Mayor Pora, I think I've come to the end of my questions until I can have a full report as to the the line item costs.
Look into that.
Because the more I understand, the more I think I'm getting for my money. I'm now getting a cycle path, and so it would be important to see exactly what we're getting.
Thank you. Rob, and I'm just trying to pick up the questions I don't think you've already answered. So the road was recently closed for a period of quite a while, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
How much? And that was because of the cracks and the investigation going on and all that kind of thing, right?
Yes, and there was some maintenance work done there because we had to repair some of the catch pits. The leads had broken as a result of that settlement. We had to repair some curb and channel, and we had to seal the cracks, and that was all done out of maintenance funding.
So, that was maintenance funding. Okay, cool. And to close that, the cost to close it, can we know that too, if you don't have it to hand?
No, I don't have it to hand.
Can you bring that too? Because I'm just interested, because I know, like Angela, I drive that way towards the lake, and Mark, and I did notice it being closed. Minor nuisance to be closed, mind you, but just in terms of what is the risk to the public if this doesn't go ahead?
The risk to public is minor. They're things like trip hazards and that sort of thing. The risk we're trying to mitigate here is that slope slumping into the rail corridor.
So the risk to the rail infrastructure is greater than it is to the general public?
Yes.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's why we're doing it.
The focus of this is to minimise our risk of a slump into the rail corridor and the impact that then has on the operations of that.
Okay, so conversations with Kiwi Rail or whomever, right? What did that yield in terms of their response? Do they have any responsibility to retain the sidings or a bank on by a railway?
So that's where and that was why this was developed as a combined project, was their workers to do the work on the slopes and reduce the loading there. So they have identified this as a risk as well.
And they're spending money on that work?
They have spent money this financial year doing the investigations jointly with us, and had intended to do the work this financial year. They have now had to move that to next financial year.
Can you just refresh me on the history of why the parking was removed originally on that side of the road?
So on the southern side,
Yes,
closest to the
yes, please.
rail corridor, was so that we could move that curb line north. We took out the parking and moved the curb line.
For what reason?
To minimise the risk of that slump and to take the weight off the top of the slope.
Right, so if we do the restoration of this road for reason, for the safety reasons, impact on the railway or whatever, cannot the parking be reinstated?
No, because there won't be sufficient width in the road. We're taking the whole thing down to 2 single lanes.
Okay.
They need to take the weight off it.
We don't want cars
I'm
parked
just trying
there.
to get really clear.
50 cars there and it's a lot of weight.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any other? Are there any other questions from anyone else? Oh, I didn't see. I can't see your hand up, Sarah. Sorry, you've got your little yellow hand. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So it was that. Thank you, Mayor Paul. I was just going to ask a couple of questions. Hello, Robin. In terms of, firstly, the report mentioned something around if we closed this road off, the risk or the disadvantage was that it could preclude changes being made to other intersections and roads along the West Town Belt, which are potentially being considered. It would be good to understand that a little bit better if possible.
Okay, so the intersection of Tristram and Ward Street has, and then Bryce and Tristram Street, currently have all turning movements. When you're coming northbound on Tristram Street and you come up and over the hill near Wintec, the right turn bay is quite short, and is one that you come across quite quickly and creates inefficiencies at that intersection. What we'd like to do is a sort of a network improvement along Tristram Street at some stage, whereby we'd minimise the right turn movements to be only at Bryce Street, and we'd have so we'd manage the two, between the two intersections, we'd manage all of those turning movements, but we believe that there's some good benefit in taking that right turn type movements out of the Ward Street intersection, so we'd move them to the Bryce Street. We also have looked at the intersection of Tristram, London, Norton, so next to Founders Theatre, and that alignment of that intersection makes it really hard to make improvements there that would cater for or address the issue that we had when there was a young cyclist killed there 2 years ago now, I think it is. And so, again, we're trying to look at what are the options for managing the turning flows. In Tristram Street, sorry, between the intersections. So keeping that road open just keeps us with an option as to how we can manage those turning movements is probably the best way of finishing that. Sorry.
Any further questions, Sarah? Maybe Leo has a Leo has a question, maybe?
Yeah. I cut off your train of thought there, Robin. The other question was in terms of the risk to the rail corridor, if there was slumping, what would it do to the operations of the freight trains currently using the corridor? If it slumped into that in some way and then remedial work was required.
Yeah, so there have been two cases of slumps into that rail corridor in the past. One was as a result of, I believe it was a water main burst, and one was a partial slump. I think the worst that they had was a partial derailing of the train. The other was just a closure to that rail network until they got the work, area tidied and the material removed.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Okay, we're going to set aside the decision-making debate on that and be open to some further questions to clarity. Robin, when you're able to bring that additional information, if you are. We've got one more item and then we're going to take a morning tea break, so hopefully it'll be sufficient time for you. Okay, so we'll now go on to item 11, which is the submission on Waikato Regional Council representation review. And Mish is going to speak to that. It's online. Good morning, Mish. No, we can't hear you. Mute.
Good morning. The item that we have today is the advice from Regional Council that they're undertaking a representation review. They undertook their last representation review in 2018, which is why they need to do one now. They are not proposing any changes to the Hamilton City constituency. The main driver for their review is the plus or minus 10% rule in another area of the region. Staff have brought this forward today because it's not mandatory for us to make a submission. If we don't make a submission, however, even if it's simply in support of the arrangements, if there is an appeal that relates to Hamilton City, then we potentially won't be in the tent for that process. Otherwise, I'll take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Otherwise, I was going to propose a slight change and just say that we write in support of the current situation. Given that we're not really invested in their business, normally I'd say, why are we bothered? Why are we telling them what to do with their own representation? But given that last point that you just made, but I'm inclined to say that we stick our submission just to we support the arrangements that set across Hamilton City Council. That's it. This keeps us in our lane. So that's what I will be proposing, but are there any other questions? No.
So who's the two people?
No, I'm not going to delegate that. I'm just going to say we instruct staff to write and send a submission that we support the current arrangements as they refer to Hamilton City Council. So we stay in our lane. We don't talk about anybody else's. Does that make sense? That makes sense? Okay, so I'm going to so move. Does somebody, Angela, second? Okay, thank you. Excellent. Let's get it up there when you're ready.
Just need a few minutes.
Few minutes.
James is just swiftly typing it.
He's super speedy with his nifty little fingers going on, tippy-tapping up my thoughts. Is it going? Is it going? Oh, James, are you typing it? No, this one. Yeah, the other. That's what I thought. Till you stood up, and then I thought, what?
Horrified. Standing up. All typing.
I'm putting him under pressure. No, I'm not. You got it? Just, thank you. I wasn't asking for an essay, but all good.
You write that essay, Amy. Dear diary.
Yeah. Should have asked for a haiku or something creative. Yeah. Bruce staff submit on behalf of Hamilton in support of Hamilton arrangement proposed. Is that, Mish, is that sufficient to keep us safe in that, should they make an amendment to the Hamilton?
That will be fine. We'll draft a appropriate submission around that.
Yeah. Okie doke. Any debate? I don't think so from me. Any debate from anyone else? Okay, let's go to the vote on the board because we'll just record it that way. Who hasn't? Sarah, are you voting? Thank you. A good thumbs up.
The motion is carried unanimously.
I did find out yesterday from the news that putting a thumbs up emoji is not the thing to do.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Only old people do it, apparently.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
I'm embracing it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, everyone. Look, just to give ourselves this longer break for Robin not to be too compressed and being able to get the information. We know we've got two big items coming up. We know that we've got councillors who want to return to the meeting, so I'm going to give us a full half-hour morning tea break. I know, so you could even get over to Starbucks and get a proper, but I'm just letting the public know. So feel free to get a coffee from the machine out here. If you're a member of the public, we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you. A few extra steps on your counter. Councillors, we're back to item 10. But Ewan needs to be seated so he can. Okie dokie then, let's do it. So Robin was asked to bring some answers to some questions, so we'll get those first and then we'll see if there are any consequential questions.
So for you, Mayor Paula, the previous costs associated with the traffic management for that closure, it was 122 days of closure, and that temporary traffic management cost us $73,000. Within that closure period, they completed some work, which was the crack sealing, repair of catch pits, and some more monitoring and investigation, which came to a total of $18,700. Within that closure period, we also did have a couple of major events at the park, which required changes to the traffic management to enable access into Circus Park, because that's where Seddon Park bring in their portaloos and other various things like that. So we had changes, it wasn't just one setup per se. So there were changes throughout that period. So that was your question. For Councillor Ewan, the estimated cost for traffic management for the 15 days of work that we're hoping to do, noting that this is very weather dependent now, is $30,000.
Angela, just for your, because I know you took an interest in traffic management costs, that when the previous project was, the previous closure that you would have noted was $70,000 in traffic management.
Questions regarding the costs?
Yeah, I'm just
You'll come back to me?
Yeah,
Okay.
just catching Angela up in one sentence. Cool. And what was the 30? That was the.
So there was $73,000 for the road closure, and during that closure we did some repair work and some more investigation studies, etc., which came to $18,700.
And now you're answering Ewan's question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So the traffic management is based on 15 days of work and $30,000. Yes, that was for Deputy Mayor. And then we've got some additional work included in there. What sort of groupings would you like, Councillor?
So I wanted the cost of creating this shared footpath, including that will be used for cycling and signage. I guess I just wanted a breakdown of the 650,000.
Yes.
I've been told 30,000 is traffic management. So I just need the other 620,000 broken down in the categories that
Yep.
you must work with.
Yep. So we've got 100,000 to date that's been spent on design and investigation. So that's included within that 650,000.
Okay.
The estimate that we've got for the work has come in well under that 650. So that was our original budgeted estimate, and Kelly will be able to work you through those line items.
Okay. So you're down to 520.
Yes. So
what's the cost?
So the estimate that we've received from Connect Hamilton, so we're already using existing market tested rates so that we can have a little bit more confidence around that, is around about 265. I think the part that's important to note is that that's based on 15 days of work, and so if there's weather and some of those parts get extended by, say, 5 days, some of those aspects will be increased by about 30% because it's an extra 5 days. So some of those aspects are relevant, but not all of them would be increased like that. Another area that you would probably be interested in is that that used to be in the 40s, 20s?
40s was a dump.
And the
So
concrete,
we've got a large contingency sitting in that 650 estimate.
Yeah, so while we have done some geotechnical investigation, just because in this particular core that we've done here that we haven't found something doesn't mean that there won't be something elsewhere. So we do have a contingency within that project budget to cover any unforeseen treasures that we might find.
So currently, as I see it, putting aside the design, putting aside the traffic management, your costs for the works are actually 265. So you've got a $255,000 contingency, which is basically the double of the actual cost.
Yep, and so that was the original budget for the whole project.
Right.
And since then, we have removed some aspects out of the scope for that budget.
So if we, subsequent question, if we were to cap the budget, the program to the money spent, the 100,000 on design, the 30 traffic and the 265, which is now the cost, and require you to come back to the Finance Committee if there's additional funds, that would work?
When does the Finance Committee meet?
They meet every 2 months.
Yes, the difficulty we have is we need to try and get this finished before the 30th of June this year.
Right. So I guess this is a question to the Chief Executive, just in terms of best practice and process. We now, staff have told me we're in a hurry to get it done by the end of the financial year. And we now know, after asking a few questions, we've got a contingency of basically double that of the actual cost.
Mm-hmm. For this site, yes.
For this site, in this case.
Yes.
I've heard that there's been some project scope decrease, so that's also, and so my question is, should this not have been, should the costing not have been recalculated to reflect what staff know? Because, and secondly, is it council's current policy to retain this type of contingency? And yeah, I guess those are the first two questions that I have.
Well, the first thing I'd say is that quite often we set budgets based on estimates back when we're doing the 10-year plan or the annual plan. And unless we have a two-stage process of doing all the prelim work to then get very detailed costings, then we will have to go on estimates, which are basically through the best knowledge of our staff and that sort of thing. And then quite often what we do is then, if they're larger projects, we'll bring back the final project plan and the cost and that sort of thing. Like I haven't been across the whole journey of this one. Around contingencies, obviously, I'm no engineer, but there are, my experience in the community group is that there are quite often different contingencies set for different types of projects, depending on the risk profile. And it sounds like there's a lot of geotech issues here and that sort of thing. And then
I think the geotech has come back and you've done geotech and it hasn't shown any major issues.
So I guess the issue we have, we've got the geotech looks at what's underneath that concrete pad. What we don't know is how that concrete pad's performing. So we know that it's cracked along the length and we've got cracks across it as well, but until we climb in and do the work, we don't know what we're going to find there. That's why we've got a contingency sum for this. We've got very difficult geotech, and as Kelly's outlined, you can't, until you dig the whole lot up, you can't guarantee that you've sampled in the worst place possible, so that we might get worse. And we don't know how that concrete pad's going to perform.
Okay, thank you.
We will only spend what we need to finish the agreed work, and the rest of it will be.
So I guess my question to the Chief Executive is, we are now here, staff have all the information. Staff have told us that there are some parts of the project that they're not doing, so the costs would have been less. And so you had already built in a contingency. Yep.
Project entire
So you've
budget.
kept your contingency, you've kept the bits of budget that you've now decided you're not going to do. And my question to the Chief Executive is, isn't this the exact time that that staff should be saying, we've done all of these deep dives and we're no longer asking for the 650, because we know that there's some parts of the project we're not doing, so that should be an immediate reduction. And we still believe we need to hold the contingency, or we don't. What it appears here is we've just gone ahead with 650. That's the question.
Yeah. Did you understand the question, Lance?
Yeah. Well, all things being equal, we would come back with the revised estimate. And like I said, I haven't been over all the detail of what's happened here, but I've obviously come up to speed with it with the conversation today. Right. But the one thing I would say is that we generally take a program approach to what we do across our whole portfolio, and then we'll report back if, like Kelly was saying, if the money isn't spent, then we'll say, look, it was budgeted at 650, X, Y and Z's happened, and in the end it was $358,000, and then there's the remainder that's gone back to the program, and obviously that gets reported to the Finance Committee, and then it's either a saving or it's applied somewhere else. Notwithstanding the fact that we've had a lot of risk around construction escalation over the last 3 years, and a lot of uncertainty as well. But the team always take learnings from projects, and every project has its own nuances. So I think going forward, then we can learn from things and get better.
Final question. Could you tell me what the quantum is of the works that were originally calculated in the 650,000 that you've subsequently decided not to do? What quantum was that?
So we had a raised safety platform proposed at the intersection of Seddon and Tristram.
And that was included in the 650 originally?
Yes.
How much is that?
About 150.
150,000. So, let me get this right. So we had 650,000. We had the contingency you required because of geotech. You've now gone out and got a quote, and the quote is 265,000. You know you're not doing the raised platform, that you had 150,000 in the original figure, and rather than tell us that in fact actually the whole project can be reduced by the 150 because you're no longer doing it, in the motion in front of me today, you're asking me as a governor to sign off on 650,000. That was on the proviso you were doing a raised platform for 150,000 that we're not doing. Have I understood that correct?
We are keeping it as a contingency.
Answer for your question. Should we move on to some other questions? Done?
My question would be to the Chief Executive, whether or not, now being aware of all the facts, including the 150,000 raised platform, whether or not there's an opportunity for management to say, maybe we need to adjourn this item and reflect on what's been presented to governors today.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Is that we want to get on and finish the project because of all the things we've talked about today and the risk factors. But no denying that, yes, we do need to reflect and look at how we become better going forward, and obviously then how do we feed that into our reporting through to Finance Committee and the Transport Committee as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Robin, I have a question about the traffic management costs, and I understand there's contingencies, estimates, and things change, and weather, etc. Rough figures, there's 30-odd thousand for 15 days, so that's around $2,000 a day. The previous project was 100 plus days and 70-odd thousand, so around $700 a day. Is there a significant change that we should be worried about that will affect other traffic management costs, and that $700 to $2,000 in rough figures?
For the 700,000, that was fairly much a static site, apart from one or two events. For this site, it will have trucks moving in and out of it. So therefore, you have to have people on site managing those vehicles getting in and out and that sort of thing. So that makes a difference. And the reality is that the cost of temporary traffic management is increasing.
Yes, thank you.
Paula, I'm sorry, I've got one final question, if I may.
Yes, that's...
Staff, what have we said to Waka Kotahi? After all, they are a 51% funder of this project. One assumes they're thinking they're getting a raised platform. Have we advised them that we are no longer having a raised platform in this project, but we're keeping the money for a contingency?
Yes.
Yes, what? We've told them?
Yes.
And so, in light of the fact that as staff you've told Waka Kotahi that you're not doing the raised platform, when were we going to be told as governors that you're not doing the raised platform and keeping the extra 150,000 if we hadn't asked the questions that we asked and got the information today?
The scope of the work has always been as per the report. Our initial investigations was to include a raised safety platform, but given the direction that we have got from the 2nd of May meeting, we decided to pull it out rather than to include it in that process, because we have got an indication from elected members that that's not something that they have wanted.
But not the money. You didn't pull the money out.
As I stated earlier, we have concerns. This project has been pushed back as a result of the delay, and we have concerns about the weather impact, and there are going to be potentially unknown factors in with that concrete platform, etc.
All right, thank you. Mayor Paula, I'll move an emotion. Has it been moved? Okay. So,
can we put that up and then we get an amendment from you, and if that's the case?
so I'm happy to move an amendment unless the mover would like to remove 150,000 from the 650, which obviously I'm not even touching the contingency, right? Because that's already built in. I'm just simply removing the 150,000 for a platform we're never going to get. Happy to move an amendment if the mover of the motion doesn't see the point.
Let's not stray into debate. Let's just get in front of us.
I just need an answer from the...
Yeah, well, I was just working on it.
I'm just working on it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to move an amendment, Mayor Paul, I'll just foreshadow it. It will be exactly the same as the staff's recommendation, other than on C, where we'll remove the 650 by 150,000.
Have you got that? Angela, how are you going with your...
I'm just getting to Amy something else now. It's just the basis of it. I'll need some help wording it. In terms of contingency budget lines, does it allow in a process of rolling out a project time leading up where you think you may use contingency to inform elected members? is it something that once you've signed the contract and you start the work that you kind of know, or generally contingencies sit there on our projects just in case, don't they?
Yes, they do sit there just in case. They're used if needed, and if they're not, then they're returned to the funding is returned to the program and reported through finance.
And they're used if needed in terms of additional unforeseen costs, not something that we would sit there and go, oh, actually, since we've got this contingency money, I might do this extra add-on bit. Like, they literally are there for contingency of...
Contingency to complete the scope of work as agreed, yes.
As agreed, okay.
How are you going? Yes, question. Yeah.
Just in terms of this particular project, it does seem like it's got potentially some higher levels of risk because of the slippy slope or whatever it is that you said. So would the contingency potentially need to be higher than what it might otherwise be because of those increased risks for this project?
Yes, they certainly are higher because of the environment we're working in and the fact that we've got an unusual geotech because it's an old dump site, and we've got a concrete pad that was put in the 1940s, which has shown some signs of failure already, and we don't know how much more we're going to find when we start digging.
Right. So presumably part of your rationale for keeping the budget is because as you've gone along, you've realised the increased risk, and even with the raised safety platform being removed, it makes sense to keep it just because the risk is higher in this particular project.
Yes, yes, and on the basis that if we don't need the money, then we don't spend the money. It's included back into the program as a saving.
Thank you.
Okay, so here it comes, I think. There's quite a lot more in it. So that's Angela's. Where's B, C? Where's C? Oh, can't see C.
I think it should be if the requirement to spend contingency is used on unexpected additional costs. I'm not presuming that contingency will be needed.
My amendment doesn't include F or G.
Yeah.
And in C, reduces the 650 by 150,000, correct? Being the raised platform that we're charging but we're not building.
I understand that. So there's quite a lot on there, and I'm just still trying to read it, to be honest, and understand all the parts. So can we just step through? Angela's was the motion first, so if you could explain, not debate.
No, I never debate when I explain.
Yeah, explain.
If that I am accepting that the contingency is required as it is with all CapEx projects, but that a report is to come back on if any is used for unexpected additional costs, so that rules out being able to add new toys to the project. G is fairly self-explanatory, that we request staff work on an option for a permanent road closure and return to green space as indicated in the Western Town Belt in time for the next long-term plan in 2027. And that's just to resolve the issue once and for all, so that every so many years we're not faced with spending money.
Around to C, can I see C, just to get my head around it, C and D? Okay. Ewan.
My amendment is nothing to do with contingency. Staff had already built in contingency. My amendment strips out $150,000 raised platform that we're being charged, that we said were going to be included, and we're not doing.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, and nor does it require, we're certainly not suggesting road closure options because we've been told that's $1 million, but so no.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. The amendment goes first, of course. I'm wondering if we need to take any parts in part, because there's no. But if I vote for C in the Wilson motion, then I can't support Angela in the.
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to find a seconder, so I'll second.
So if there's additional things in Angela's that aren't in Ewan's, that's what I'm saying, Amy. So we could take those as part, and those in part. I'm just saying, for theoretically, if I want to support the removal of that money, but I hadn't formed a view on the rest of it. Okay, so we'll just, people vote as they find, I guess. Okay, so let's go to debate. And you're
Since 2000, sorry.
the amendment goes first.
And then, yeah. Yeah, look, thank you. I just think if we keep doing the same thing every so many years, we're going to be faced with these kinds of costs. And the report clearly states that this has been going on for a really long time. So that's why I've indicated at the end of the recommendation that we look finally for a permanent solution. I'm suggesting that that not be for another 3 years in that LTP, and that gives us gives staff time to come up with some options. It also makes sure that we get good use of the investment if it goes through today of our local share of 300,000. So it just seems to be a pragmatic approach, and it also delivers on our strategic vision for the future of the Western Town Belt.
Ewan.
The motion is inherently flawed. In my 20-odd years in local government, I've never participated in a motion where I know it's inherently flawed. It's requiring a quantum of 650,000 when our own staff have said that, in fact, 150,000 of it will never be spent because we're never building the raised platform. And we've also told Waka Kotahi that we're not doing it, but we just didn't bother to tell the governors. I have never been more horrified in my life that as a result of a series of questions, we actually start to understand some of the problems. We included 150,000 for a raised platform, and we're not doing a raised platform. We had already included a contingency for the difficult geotech area. We'd already put that in. We'd gone out and we've designed it. But we've come in front of governors today and said, sign off on $650,000. But they didn't tell us they weren't actually going to do 150,000 of it because we're not getting a raised platform. And so we just add that as an additional contingency on top of a contingency. And then we wonder why we find ourselves in the deficit and the financial crisis this council has. Could this be it? Could this be it? And it seems nonsensical that when we get these reports, there are not a breakdown in the actual costs. Because if there had been, it would have had a title, Raised Platform. And we would have all said, but we're not getting a raised platform. But we had to ask the questions to get the information that we're entitled to. This is outrageous.
Okay, any further debate on this? I'll just say something very quickly. I consider the removal of the $150,000 sensible at this time. Don't buy into the Very passionate outrage you showed there, Ewan, but I don't buy into all that you said, but I do think in that one element, if there was an amount of work that was set aside for purpose and it's no longer required for that purpose, and given what we have said about those kind of traffic interventions anyway at this point in time, it makes sense to remove that amount of money. Outside of that, I don't share all the views, and I think Angela's motion has some very good points, and I do think it's a well-made point that because we've patched and mended and intervened on this road many times, and once upon a time Northern Districts Cricket were thinking of making an amazing precinct there, and then they've cast their attention now to the founders' side of things, to that side of their park. But we do know what we can't do, and that's continue to keep throwing money at renewals if we're not fixing the underlying problem of the road. And I am sufficiently convinced that this isn't a nice-to-do project. This is, in fact, a stability and safety project for a major rail route. But take the 150 out, that's where I stand. We'll go to the vote. We'll go with the amendment first.
Yeah, Paul, I was trying to
sorry.
debate, but
yeah,
I
no,
couldn't
go to the debate.
I couldn't reach the button to put my hand up.
Sorry.
I'm wrestling a small child for my iPad. I just wanted to say, in terms of this project, I think we can't underestimate the importance of ensuring stability for a rail corridor, because the amount of disruption it will cause is something that I don't think we would want to see, and it could potentially cause significant economic disruption if we end up with a slip on one of our main freight corridors, and potentially a safety issue for anyone who's operating trains as well. So I don't want to see further delay to this project. My concern with why I would like to support the Deputy Mayor's motion is because, given you're working on an unstable bank, having some contingency without needing to come back for sign-off and then potentially not being able to complete the project within this financial year when there's already risks around weather, I think
Point
is
of order.
problematic.
Sarah, sorry, I have to pause you. Ewan's going to tell me what point of order.
She's misleading the chamber by stating an incorrect fact. There is already a contingency built in the budget. Her words were...
no, that's enough, thank you.
She needs to
We're clear, I was
rephrase.
talking about the further contingency.
Yeah, I thought... absolutely.
So
So the clarity...
the
hang on, Sarah, hang on. Let me just rule on the point of order. I accept your point. Sarah's made it clear.
I'm finished my debate anyway, thank you.
Sarah's made it clear that she was talking about the additional contingency, and I think that was quite clear. So that's where it sits. So thank you, you've made that point clear. Anything else you want to say, Sarah? Because you did get cut off in the middle of flow. It's really hard.
Yeah, it's my only thing was to say that I think that given we're give me 2 minutes. Given that we are asking for a report back on the costs, and staff have heard very clearly concerns around keeping to what is the expected cost there, then in terms of the 500,000, I feel comfortable that that will ensure accountability and transparency in of itself.
Thank you, Sarah. And I can only imagine how difficult it is. We really do appreciate you taking the time to come to work in those difficult circumstances as you do. Okay, let's, is there any more debate? I don't think so. Oh, write a reply, Deputy Mayor? No, shall we go to the vote? Oh, we're going to the amendment first. This is Ewan's motion, just to clarify. Okay. Maxine, thank you. Moko, have you heard this debate? You've just in, so you're not voting, right? Okay, where are we at?
The amendment is carried. 7 for, 5 against.
And it becomes a substantive motion, so we'll go to the vote again. Oh, we can see them with a tick
Hence
or a
my
cross on the
5.
screen. Can you see that? You can see the cross or the tick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
No, well, they don't go on
Not
the
on there,
screen,
just on
but Amy calls them. It's a sort of a glitch with the technology, really. Let's go to the main. The amendment has now become the substantive. So let's go to the board for the vote, please.
The amendment as a substantive motion is declared carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, we're on to the next item. But if you've ever wanted to know what workplace dedication looks like, you're looking at it on the screen with Sarah, because she very rarely misses anything and juggles all those other extra responsibilities. Good on you, Sarah.
Been a whole week.
And you look so calm about it. I don't remember being that calm when I was a parent of 2 young children, but there you go. Well done, you.
They're still better behaved than us sometimes.
Okay, so now we're going on to the item 12, Maori Ward by-election. Aren't we?
Yes, and I am happy to take the report as read. Unfortunately, this is something that we have brought a number of times to you all.
Yeah. So we have had quite a lot of debate about this, so there should are there any questions? Let me just get my button up. Okay. So we've got the or. Are we going to go in pseudo-random? I'll so move pseudo-random, which is exactly what we did last time, right?
Random is you want.
Did we do random?
Yeah. Pseudo-random is when you have at random once on every single voting paper versus random is on all voting papers. They're different every single time. So the normal one that we have is random.
Yeah, and there's a slight additional cost to that, isn't there, Amy?
Minuscule in comparison now that they have
So
the
I'm
technology.
happy to move that with random order. Is anybody happy to second me?
Yes, happy to second.
Thank you, Moko. Angela.
Thank you. Just a few questions. Is Mish online? Oh, no, is it you, Ames? Okay. Amy, I'm on page 41 of Diligent. Just looking at the breakdown of costs, thank you for including that budget summary. Look, it's not material, but it perked my interest in terms of accommodation. There was $1,500 for accommodation. Computer support and insurance that I was interested in.
Yes. So these are the fees that we have received from our electoral provider, and that is for, in the case of them coming down and doing the voting down here, they count here.
Oh.
Make it sit faster.
Okay.
That is one of the fees. If they were not to come down here, then that wouldn't be spent.
Okay.
But
Now, staff are seeking in the report, so it's 60,000 to run the by-election, excuse me, and another 10,000 to run a campaign.
Yes.
This is all unbudgeted. We have to run the by-election under legislation. If we didn't run a $10,000 campaign and we just used our social media networks, could we do that? And leading into that, my reasoning for asking that question is this says it assumes a 30% return rate. We didn't get 30%. We barely get 10% in a by-election. 13% for the Maori Ward. Okay.
So for question 1, it still requires us to spend some things on like updating the social media tiles. That's what that $10,000 is covering. The advertisement that we have to do in the newspapers, so all of those fees. This is an absolute minimum.
So this is an absolute, and there are requirements that we have to do?
Have to do.
Have to
We're trying to keep to that have-tos and reuse everything that we can from past full elections and by-elections. And the if there is lower returns, then the cost is lower.
The cost to complete the
roles when they're going through and doing accounting, the administration, so the costs do come in a little bit lower.
And how many on the Māori electoral roll? Just off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, the last one was 15,100 people.
Okay.
Ish.
And our return for the last by-election was?
1,900 and...
Well, that's quite specific, Amy.
Somebody has asked a recent question, so, and at that point there was 13,000 and something members on the Maori roll, and we got 2,000-ish, 2,000 returns.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Maxine? Question?
Thank you. My question was also with regard to advertising, and given that Maori Ward is quite a different kind of ward than our Hamilton East Ward, what uniquely different aspects of the advertising would you want to target? Or would there be any uniquely different kinds of?
That one I just want to hand over to Janet if I could.
Oh, kia ora. So in driving our response rates from Māori constituents, we have looked at the posters and messages we've used before, and we're updating those to focus on the issues that we know that our Māori audiences are most interested in. Therefore, what might drive people to stand, but also to participate in the democratic process by voting. For example, the awa whenua, rangatahi and tiriti.
And that budget wouldn't stretch to any, I guess, face-to-face or marae type meetings of meet the candidates or any support in that sort of a way?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, just drawing back to what Amy was saying, we are working with the basic budget, so the message updating is absolutely minimal. We're using the same amount of posters and outreach. We haven't increased it to include face-to-face engagement. We're changing some of the channels, for example, so we're using a lot more media that we know Māori listen to, so local iwi radio, for example, and reducing spend in the more mainstream channels.
Thank you. Thanks, Janet and me Paula.
I have a question, just around how the organisation, Lance, I guess it's to you maybe, around budgeting for by-elections. We've had a few actually, and I just wonder why, and it's not budgeted, but I wonder why there isn't like a small residual budget, yeah, thank you, contingency. To, you know, because we've had Margaret, we've had Ryan, we've had a few things, right? Pardon? Philip. So over time, you know, life being life, there's going to be issues from time to time. If it was averaged out, why is there no small amount in there?
Well, I think you need to be a little bit careful of having jam jars for everything, just in case something happens. I think it's quite unusual what's happened at Hamilton City Council over the past 5 or 6 years compared to other councils. So we've either been very unlucky or, you know, it is what it is. So this is our normal practice. If we have something that's not budgeted for or is extraordinary or unusual, then we'll bring it back to council or the finance committee and then try and accommodate it within our current budgets or reprioritise. I just think if you start keeping a jam jar for this, you know, we'll probably have another 20 suggestions, and we'll have jam jars for all sorts of things, keeping reserve funds, and Tracy Musty will have a nervous breakdown.
Suggesting a jam jar, but thank you for using that lovely colourful metaphor for it. I was thinking more of
it ends up being a reserve fund.
Yes, yeah, I was thinking about within the governance line there might have been some Yeah, some money, little piggy bank with a slit in the top. No. It's a reasonable question I asked it. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm sure we all agree that it's important that this is transparent, fair and effective. I am concerned, however, at a figure of $10,000 to reach 15,000 eligible voters. The participation rate in the Hamilton East Ward by-election earlier this year was 22%. What was the figure that was spent for this aspect of promoting that by-election? I recognise, and I heard Janet's answer, that there may be some different strategies, and I understand why that is. But at a time when we're looking to ensure that we spend every dollar as wisely as possible, I'm just trying to get my head around, is that going to be necessary to ensure that fairness and effectiveness in the outcome? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm.
I don't have the figure from the last by-election off the top of my head right now, but this is what we believe to be the necessary amount.
Right. May I have a follow-up? Because when there was the discussion a moment ago, or a few moments ago, about the different types of randomised orders of the ballot paper, your reply, Amy, and I respect your reply, was that the difference would be minuscule, but in order to be thoughtful spenders or custodians of ratepayers' funds, can you give me something closer to a dollar figure than minuscule?
Between random versus pseudo-random?
Yes.
We've been advised that that cost is not going to be, it's so minuscule that it hasn't been quoted to us. So they just think it's an easy process that goes through.
It could be in the tens of dollars rather than
like
hundreds of thousands.
Minuscule,
Yeah, okay.
not.
That's fair enough. And I just wanted to be sure that we were talking about that sort of thing rather than, say, $1,000.
Oh, okay. Any other questions on that? Oh, Councillor Kesh.
Just in terms of promotions and marketing and stuff, on the budget there is a line for advertising.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that different to staff running an additional campaign, or is it?
So that's the advertisement and creating of the notices that we have to put into the newspaper that has to be coming from our electoral offices.
So it's 1,500 for the newspaper ads?
That part of it.
Yeah.
And then the campaign that is run by staff is the advertisement that we do to get candidates to stand, the vote phase. So two different.
Okay. And the 10,000, I mean, is that just because it's a nice round figure, or is there scope, do you think, to reduce that, or is that just, you know, is that gold standard sort of figure?
It is not gold standard.
Oh, I know. I mean, is that, are we getting the biggest bang for buck, or is that, you know, what are we doing for 10K in terms of return? Do we know? Have we looked at, like, you know?
No one can promise here.
Yeah.
I assume the cost of print advertising is pretty extraordinary these days, but I assume that it's a bit of both. Janet, what's your team doing?
Dan's going to come up because they've got the
There
program.
you go. Here's a man who will know. Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. So the budget that council approved for the East Ward by-election was 25,000. I think there are approximately 50,000 electors, 50 to 60,000 electors in the East Ward, and so we used kind of a rough proportionality to come up with the 10K figure for the number of electors that are in the Kirikiri Maori Ward.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
So I hope you heard that, Tim, because it answered your question about the 25,000 for the by-election in which you were elected.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dan? I imagine, just a generalised question, Dan, that print advertising is reasonably expensive, as is. So.
It is. So the costs that Amy mentioned that come out of the electoral officer are for public notices. Kind of advertising in, I guess, the front run of the paper is even more expensive than that.
Cool, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? No? Well, it's been moved and seconded, so are we ready to go into debate? Okay. All right, well, I'm the mover. I'm not going to debate it much. It's always a shame for a variety of different reasons that by-elections come around. It's a shame that we are facing a by-election at this time. But we have no choice but to go through the process as required by law, and we will, to get the full representation of council back. So I do encourage, as I have with every other campaign, I encourage the voter to get involved in this and, get out and vote. And I've got very little more to say on it. So that's me, Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I agree. It's not an ideal thing to have to go through when... and I guess I wanted to use the opportunity to acknowledge Milena, because we haven't really had, well, I don't feel like we've had a great opportunity to do that. And her contribution, particularly for rangatahi through the Tuia project, and I know you've acknowledged that, Mayor Paula, but also personally just her contribution to my growing knowledge and understanding of our history, our whakapapa in Kirikiriroa, and her Parsite walk that we went on with the staff, and I was able to join that. It was awesome, and she's just had a natural educator's way about her, which I really appreciated. And just having gone to the hikoi this morning, I was also reminded of the value of Maori wards in this by-election, just with the numbers of people with billboards saying how much they value our Maori wards. So if we could have gone there this morning, we might have found a few candidates, because there were some very articulate, passionate rangatahi there who would make excellent councillors, I would imagine. And I just want to thank Janet too for the knowledge that she brings to this table and the work that she's doing to reach out and use the correct channels. I think that it is concerning a little bit to me that we use proportionality to resource this, because I think that Māori wards are new, and if anything, a by-election in this space requires a lot more investment than maybe a general ward would, because they're new, because we're trying to reach often a community which hasn't participated that well because it hasn't been served that well. So I, would like to discuss that more into the future. But yeah, just thank the staff for their good work. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Now that Councillor McIndoe has joined me in the top half of the alphabet, I think we should seriously reconsider moving away from the randomness.
Decision in a future day. Councillor, was it Emma? Councillor Emma.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I'd just like to add a short sentiment of thanks to Councillor Milena for her efforts, especially as Councillor Casey Cox has said, the work with the rangatahi. I know she led a lot of projects and has brought a lot of value to the council, so I just want to echo those sentiments and just appreciate the process that we have to go through, and look forward to supporting this and getting a new representative on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Moko, Councillor Moko.
Kia ora tātou. Not too much more to add to what Councillor Casey Cox and Emma have already said. I think Milena's contribution to our chamber, to our organisation, has been acknowledged. My comments are just focused around the mahi that Janet, the skill sets that she brings and her team to our organisation. It's one way in how we are giving some kind of effect to our te tiriti obligations within the legislation to ensure that Māori are able to participate in decision making. And so I do also recognise that we are amongst some very tough times economically, and recognise the prudent number that has to sometimes be put against these types of things, namely a by-election. So just want to acknowledge all the kaimahi, the staff, who are doing it tough at the moment. And so I think if there's anything that we can do as governors, as elected members, is to try and support that process and make it as seamlessly as possible. And so I think there are a lot of people who are interested in this by-election, and so hopefully we will be able to see an uptake in Māori participation in local government. That's obviously something that's been a desire of this organisation in our city for some time, and so I'm pretty confident we will get that. So kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Any further debate? Mark? Right, let's move past that. But just acknowledging, in my right of reply, just acknowledging that we did, I'll acknowledge and thank Milena when she left. So again, we place our thanks in the formal notice of this meeting. And Anna, we will and have extended some hospitality invitations to her, which when she's able to, she will accept and come in for, as we did for Ryan and others, she'll come in for a cup of tea with us and see us again. So we'll go to the vote. And I'll bring the cake. There you go, just in case you were wondering. Are you baking? I can bake on a good day, and Angela's brilliant, so I'm sure she'll supplement my cake with her own, won't you, Angela? And we know people who probably can bring good chocolate. I know you don't wear it anymore, but you got connects. Emma, please. All done. All done. Okay. Huh? Recommendations from open. I didn't see the vote go up. That's I was too busy talking about cake. Sorry. Recommendations from open committees. There they are. Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee. Do we need to speak to them, or can I just do them all in one? Can I do them all in one, team? If you're one of the chairs of those committees and you have an objection to that, speak now. But you don't, do you? No. Good. Excellent. So I'll move them as... I'll move them.
Happy to second, Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Maxine. And we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Opposed? Carried.
Carried unanimously.
Okay. Notice of motion on the representation review. Please. Okay. A notice of motion is, of course, put by an elected member, so I will ask Tim to explain the notice of motion on behalf of those that signed it.
So this is prior to questions, is it? And
just the
not part
intent
of
of what you're doing, yes.
Right.
Just to explain it without debating. Thanks.
Fair enough. Thanks, Mayor Paula. The purpose of this, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. I'm seeking both to remove the East-West Ward split to enable future elections to be held in a citywide basis so that all eligible ratepayers and residents have the opportunity to vote for all who would sit around this table, and it's very much my hope that that would be able to be in place for 2025. I'm also proposing to reduce the number of councillors from the current position of 1 mayor and 14 councillors to 1 mayor and 10. That is partly with the intention of achieving more or leaner and more efficient governance, but also to recognise the fact that we have a responsibility to show some leadership in the very constrained financial times that we're living in and help to reduce costs to our ratepayers.
Okay,
I hope that's a fair summary.
Yep, that's fair enough, and it's been sort of discussed. So let's see if there's any questions questions of you. I do have one. I saw some social media traffic. I have two actually. I saw some social media traffic in which the issue of Maori was raised as being incorporated. Is this incorporated or not?
No, at no stage had
So
I
those-
contemplated that that would be part of this discussion, and
So
I was
they
surprised
remain.
to... Pardon?
They remain.
Well, they're just not relevant to this motion at all, and was never in any part of the discussion that I had.
Okay. The other thing is, can you articulate from your perspective the quantum of money you feel that this will save?
I can't give you a specific figure, Mayor Paula. I have asked for a breakdown of what the total costs are of every councillor, and I'm awaiting that information. I recognise it up front that there is an extra cost in bringing the representation review forward, and that figure's been given today of about $100,000. I firmly believe, though, that if we can get this in place for the 2025 election, that it won't be too long until we have more than recouped that cost, because there will be savings, particularly across areas such as IT support, governance services, hospitality, professional development budgets as well. The vexed question has been the one of salaries because of the bulk funded nature of the way that councillors are remunerated under the Remuneration Authority rules. I want to make it absolutely clear that, contrary to what has been put in some social media posts, I am absolutely not motivated in putting this motion forward by any sort of perverse outcome that would see those who are elected at the 2025 local body election.
Excuse me, Mayor Paula, is this a debate or a...
He's just...
I'm answering a question.
He was answering the question that I asked him about the cost. So
Yeah.
stick to the cost. Actually, that isn't a cost-related...
Okay, I just wanted to make that very clear.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for staff following on from that. It would have been helpful to have those savings at hand, but Amy, what given that we've got a review imminent year after next, what savings would be achieved from going through an early representation review of this nature?
Sorry, can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
I thought that we were not allowed to ask questions of staff during a notice of motion, that it was to only go to the mover of the motion?
No, because we're allowed technical information that's relevant to the discussion. Otherwise, how do we make it?
It's not a recommendation from staff, though.
No, it isn't. And I asked, but I can ask for clarity on costs from the relevant staff, surely.
I thought that had to be provided by the mover of the motion.
Amy? Because that just seems a bit silly, really,
Yeah,
because you'd be flying blind.
That is one of the issues, is there is no background information to it. We can't prepare, it's not a staff report, so we can't refer things. We can give very, very, very high level.
But I can ask a question of fact, what sort of things would be within a cost saving, surely? It's under governance. Lance, you got me out here?
What standing orders allow, so...
We're just minimally prepared for it, so, yeah.
Like that.
So members can ask questions of
They
clarity?
can ask some questions, it's
Right.
just that we do not have anything to back up ourselves with.
What kind of elements could be reduced if there were 10 councillors all of a sudden? How much, what?
Well, I think Councillor Tim actually outlined, he had a list there, which is probably pretty much what you've discussed with the governance team.
So we're talking about some governance hours, potentially, when they're just helping councillors out. We're talking about potentially, although there would be some iPads and computers still in circulation, you're talking about a phone, an iPad, a laptop.
Devices, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right.
Plus a small sum for hospitality.
Okay. And would you be assuming that because it's a reasonable change, would you be assuming some level of communication with the general public about this as a result?
If we pass this motion today,
Yeah, because someone's got to tell the community what's going on. Would you foresee some community communications?
Well, having not been present for a representation review before, I don't know, I'm sorry, what advertising goes on in relation to that.
All right.
But I would assume that it would be standard practice and what's been done in the past.
Okay, yeah, usually there's some community engagement. Okay, cool. Councillor Casey Cox, good question. And then Max.
Yeah,
quick.
kia ora, Tim. I'm just interested in, I guess, where you've seen this, what you're proposing work elsewhere, I guess, where there's a reduced number of councillors and a reduced number of wards. Like, have you got some, I guess, case studies on how that may have worked elsewhere that you're basing this recommendation on?
This is not an exercise, thank you, Anna. This is not an exercise that councils go through very often, so no, I can't point to a whole lot of examples around the country, but I am basing it in part on suggestions that have come from people who are experienced governors, that an efficient governance model does not rely on quantity, it relies on quality, and in particular having a skill set of councillors. Now, of course, the voters choose the councillors, so you can't necessarily get all the people to represent all the different skill sets, but it is about trying to have a more efficient model. And while I've seen on social media some comparisons with different councils that show that around the country there's huge inconsistency in the number of councillors per capita within their individual territorial authorities. Actually, the closest to us in size by population is Tauranga, which is currently undergoing a special election, it's a 4-year election to take them through to 2028, and they are seeking nominations, or rather the nominations because they are seeking elections for a council of 1 mayor and 9 councillors. And they're actually the closest to us numerically and in many other ways.
Thank you.
Maxine.
Thank you. Tim, what kind of impact do you think reducing the number of councillors might have on councillors being able to attend community events and invitations, and also being able to address issues that might affect those residents? How do you think it might impact on workloads of councillors?
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. I think the impact on the ability of individual councillors to attend events within the city would be negligible. The ability of councillors to respond to the requests, approaches, concerns of ratepayers would perhaps increase a little bit, but most of us, I think, are more than happy to respond to such matters from constituents throughout the city, regardless of whether they're in the East or West Wards or the Maori Ward at the moment. So I don't believe that it would be a substantial variation, and I do think that there are other advantages which I've already articulated and some of which will come up for in debate.
Thank you, Tim.
Councillor Sarah? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Tim, I was just interested in the motion as it is doesn't talk about Māori wards, but then it says there you've talked about 10 general ward councillor, over one ward and a mayor. So could I please understand what the intention is in regards to Māori wards and how this fits in with the government's current bill, which submissions closed on yesterday?
Thanks, Councillor Sarah. You're right that the motion is silent on that matter, and that's partly, it's good to see Mish is online with us, partly because of advice that I received when I was initially seeking her help, and I am grateful for her help in drafting the motion. I acknowledge the fact that it is complicated by the fact that right at this moment we also have the Maori Ward's issue to be decided. However, in order to deal with the other matters that I'm seeking to get through for the 2025 local body election, we do have to proceed now. If we leave it much later, it is too late, and we wouldn't be able to do this and achieve the changes or the savings until 2028. So if your question is in part, what would the implication be for, say, the breakdown, the number of councillors, then my sense would be that if Maori wards were to be retained, and I heard one of the speakers earlier this morning suggest it would go down from 2 to 1. I didn't know how he'd come to that conclusion, but I would see the 1 or 2 Maori ward councillors would be counted among the 10 plus 1 mayor. So I'm not saying it should be 10 plus 1 if Maori wards are not retained. I'm saying that either way that question is decided, the total figure should come to 11, which would be 1 more than Tauranga.
Okay, so that would then mean there'd be an amendment or a change. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So, for example, right now the motion says there will be 1 ward for the city, which is, and if we're having also a Maori ward, then that would be 2 wards, I guess. So I'm just, and my question was also, say then, if we go to, there's as the legislation stands, there's kind of 2 options for council. Either a decision is made early on in the process and there's a shorter representation review, or we go back to our previous arrangements from last term, or there's a poll at the election, and depending on so I guess, is the intention then for you to wait to leave things to go to a poll, because otherwise this is setting in place a representation review now, and then does that process stop to then do a representation review in terms of Māori wards if council elected to do so? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. There is a lot in there. It's probably more than one question, and I actually think it might be, I don't know whether we can ask, maybe if Mish could talk us through the electoral ramifications of the second part of that, but in answer to the first part of your question, yes, if Maori wards were to be retained through the exercise that we know is just in front of us, then I guess the implication is that we would end up with 1 citywide general ward plus the Maori ward. If, however, it became the case that Maori wards were no longer here, then it would just be 1 citywide ward for people of all ethnicities and circumstances. One of the big advantages, and it hasn't been discussed yet, is that would mean that all voters would be able to vote for all councillors. And one of the things that really has motivated me is that actually the current system is...
I think I think
okay, maybe I'm getting into debate. I just want to make a point on how it isn't fair to Maori voters.
No, you can say that in your debate.
Final part of that, Councillor Tim, was just, in terms of if the legislation goes through and we go to a poll, if the public doesn't support Māori wards, are you aware that we would then have to do another representation review?
Prior to 2025, you mean?
We would have to do it next term again. So if we did a representation review now, and we would have to do another one next term. That was the outcome.
Could I just, thanks for the question, can I just check with Mish, would we not have to do that anyway?
Thanks, Councillor.
Sorry.
I think one of the difficulties with...
We decided, I was given advice by Amy that staff would not be answering questions.
Procedural point.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, procedural point.
Could we have governance confirm if the question is specifically to a technical nature, particularly the staff who authored or assisted in writing the motion, that in fact under our standing orders it is appropriate for the question?
There are some questions that we do have the information for.
Excellent.
Those ones we can answer. It's the ones that we do not have the
So Mayor Paula, in reflection, I think it is an appropriate question.
Well, I think it's a great, Carol, I'll let it be, but then I think the question I asked previously with what sort of elements might cause a cost, you could have answered that because you know what costs attribute to councillors. Mish, off you go. Do you know what I mean? Is that it? Asking it general. Mish, you can answer that question.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. The challenge is simply around timing and trying to work out, I suppose, all the pathways depending on what decision the council makes. If you proceed with a representation review now, and then the legislation amending
If I could ask you to
Maori Ward.
pause, can I just ask you to pause because you're getting into nuance there. The question that Tim was trying to answer that he was unable to answer for Sarah was quite simple, that if there was a, Sarah, do you want to put your question? Because that was the question asked. That if there is a representation review now and...
No, I'm happy to leave this. I mean, I was just really trying to get clarity as to what the intention was with this, and I think, well, as much as possible, I've heard the answer, so I'm happy to move on from this question. I was largely just trying to understand from Councillor Tim his intentions in terms of how this fits together with the process around Maori wards, but I'm happy with his answer there.
Thank you.
And I acknowledge it does complicate it, and I was grateful for Mish's partial answer before she's interrupted.
Yes. It's Sarah's question to you that we're answering, I guess. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just two questions. One for clarification to Councillor McIndoe. One of the signatures to the notice of motion on social media said that reducing the number of councillors and Māngai Māori, which is the purpose of the motion, but when you introduced it, you said that it doesn't include Māngai Māori. So can you just clarify?
Do you want me to answer that one first?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela. I think it has already been answered, and I was surprised when I saw that speculation on social media because at no stage has any discussion of the future of Māngai Māori been part of my thinking, and certainly not part of any of the discussions I've had at any point.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. And secondly, have you identified, given this is unbudgeted, there's no money for it, have you identified in your conversations with staff a budget line for it?
I've had a brief discussion with Mish. No, I can't give you that, although I do note that perhaps today we saved $150,000 for a raised safety platform, which would more than cover it.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, that's CapEx, not OpEx. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you answered the question, last question. You answered the question that you weren't seeking a personal increase to your salary. Yes. Yeah. But you are aware in the short term that would in fact be the effect that the pool would be split from 15 between 11. Well, not me, sorry, excluding me, because that's separately determined. But the additional would go on those councillors that remained.
Yes, and as you and I have discussed as Mayor Paula, and I have with one or two others as well, I do want to assure councillors that I want the benefit of this change to go back to the ratepayer. I appreciate the fact that the way the rules are written under the Remuneration Authority doesn't make that automatically happen, but I think that we as a council should be looking to work with the Remuneration Authority to try to achieve it. Now, I noticed, for instance, Mayor Paula, in your response...
Just the question. You can debate in a minute.
I didn't want to debate. I wanted to give an example of how it's happened in the past.
No, you asked my question. You understood that it would be split between the additional.
I was just going to commend you for the way that you've done it in the past.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Point procedure.
Yes.
You asked a question. He's trying to give you a response, and you interrupted him halfway through the response.
Okay, what's the point of order? Understanding orders, please. Can you cite?
I didn't. I said point of procedure.
Point of procedure. What's the point of procedure there?
Just
I had my question answered.
Let the councillor actually answer your question. You've done that about half a dozen times.
Jeff,
You interrupted
please stop
Mish.
now. Please stop.
Oh, let the debate
I
go.
felt that Tim answered my question, which was he aware that in the short term, the salary would be redistributed along existing members? No, I'm restating his answer, my question. Councillor Hutt.
And so my answer is that I wish to try to change that, to ensure there is not a windfall for those who are elected.
And you said that, so thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Question to the mover. Can the mover confirm whether or not new census data will be available in time for this representation review? Keeping in mind that the first lot of census data has only just been released yesterday.
Thank you, Councillor Louise. No, I can't speak for the Department of Statistics, but as she's just mentioned, initial census data has started to be released, so it's very much my hope that more would be available to guide us through the process.
Do you see that happening in the next 30 days?
As I say, that timing is dependent on the Department of Statistics. I simply could not answer that.
Would you feel it comfortable then if we were using 2018 census data to inform this representation review, when if we waited until the legislated time for the representation review, we would be using more up-to-date data?
I don't think it will make a material difference. Yes, we know that Hamilton is a fast-growing city. We can, if you're talking about population, which I assume is behind your figure, then it comes back to the point that I was making previously, that I don't think that simple population numbers should always result in increased numbers of people sitting around the council table. I don't think that makes for efficient governance.
Okay, you don't think 6 years' worth of population data is material to the representation review?
We would know about the increase in population in rough terms. We wouldn't have an exact number, but we have a pretty good idea of how fast our city is growing each year.
Does the mover of the motion have any examples of other councils being successful in reducing? You actually, I haven't finished the question, so I'm curious as to how this has already been answered. Does the mover of the motion know of any examples of other councils being successful in reducing the council remuneration pool?
Right, I acknowledge that is a different question. I thought it was going. I thought it was going to be Councillor Anna's question from previous time. No, I don't know of an example of that, but that should not stop us from trying to influence that. And the point I was going to make previously, when I was interrupted, was that when Mayor Paula posted on social media, she made the point that when the COVID disruption resulted in what would appear to have been a windfall, that she personally donated 20% of her salary to charity, and I commend her for that. I don't think that's the best way forward, but it was the only realistic option. My hope would be that we could work with central government and the Remuneration Authority to get a permanent rule change that would be of lasting benefit, not only for ourselves, but for councils around the country.
But you have no examples of councils being successful in lowering the remuneration pool?
When you're a trailblazer, no, you don't have much to, but my motives are very much the ratepayers' interests.
No. That's debate, sorry, but you did say no, so that's good.
Right.
I mean, no was a clear answer to your question, Louise. He answered it. Any other questions? No. Okay. Yes?
For some of the examples that have been given in terms of governance, IT, etc., has the mover of the motion considered simply reducing those through the long-term plan as an alternative to doing it through reducing the number of councillors?
No, because that would not achieve the primary focus of this motion, which is quite different.
Okay.
Yes, there is, I hope, a cost savings benefit for the ratepayer, but that's substantially different from the purpose of this motion overall, which is about achieving, I think, fairer representation around the table.
So the purpose of the motion is not to save money.
There is certainly a savings aspect to this motion, yes, and in debate
but it's not the main purpose.
It's a significant purpose. I mean, up to you to decide which is the more important of the different benefits, but certainly savings to the ratepayers is a significant aspect because we are in a very challenging fiscal environment. We need to make major savings in our costs as a council.
Made that clear in your description at the beginning, so we're going over old ground now, so let's, I think all the significant questions have been fairly answered and that Tim has had an adequate chance to answer them. And now, of course, as the mover, he gets to move the motion and everyone gets to debate, plus you have a right of reply. So there we go. Tim, would you like to debate? Huh?
Thank
and
you,
then
Mayor
I'm
Paula.
hungry too. So.
The slogan, "No taxation without representation," became the catch cry of Americans who declared their independence from Great Britain. Now, I'm not advocating for a revolution, but I have long held the view that our ward system is fundamentally undemocratic because it denies all eligible voters the right to choose or reject currently more than half of the people who are elected as councillors. Although we are the fourth largest city by population, we are one of New Zealand's smallest territorial authorities by area, and it's not difficult for any of us to attend events and meet with constituents in any part of our city, and of course we should. We don't confine ourselves to representing those on one side of the city only, and we make decisions that affect everyone, including setting the rates which all Hamiltonians must pay either directly or indirectly. We're currently going through what has been described as the most challenging budget process in living memory and will soon have to make some very difficult decisions. We have the ludicrous situation at the moment whereby a vote could be won by a margin of 8-7 in this chamber, with the 8 votes all being cast by councillors who reside in 2 of our 3 current wards, meaning the residents living in the 3rd who are unhappy with that decision would have no ability to vote against any of those 8 councillors at the next local body election. Now, how can that possibly be fair or democratic? And at a time when our organisation must downsize, causing understandable anguish for many of our staff, it is only right that we should set an example and reduce our own costs before wielding the knife elsewhere. Good governance and oversight is achieved through quality, not quantity. When Maori Ward councillors were added in the last term, I believe they should have been instead of 2 general ward councillors rather than in addition to the 12 who represented the East and West. No justification was given then for increasing the number to 14 plus the mayor, and once again it was our ratepayers who have borne the extra costs. Our organisation is bloated and top-heavy. We are much bigger now per capita than we were a decade ago, but are we in a better position? Do we operate more efficiently? And are our ratepayers seeing any additional benefits? Now, Mayor Paula, I know that I've had my time. Could I raise a point of order? And just make a note that in part I'm trying to respond to some of the points that were made before this morning by...
No, you will get right of reply. And I'm sorry, that is the debate time.
Well, members of the public had 5 minutes. I've got 2. It seems a bit incongruous.
It's the amount of time that everybody has had for debate today. Actually, if you'd continued that final point, I would have let you continue.
Could I conclude my final point?
One statement on that thing, and then you'll have to bring the rest to your right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think we all know the answers to the questions I've just posed, and never has it been more important for us to grasp the nettle, downsize, focus on our core responsibilities, and give our ratepayers the break they're so desperately crying out for.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. There's a number of reasons why I support this. Part of it is that I support at large and giving the residents a chance to elect their entire council. I think there's considerable frustration out there about that fact at the moment. But I also want to focus on the benefits of a leaner governance structure, and I think we will get considerable support for promoting efficiency and leaner governance from our public. This particular decision is not about Maori wards. It's a separate process, currently out of our hands. We're waiting on legislation on that. Nor is it about Mangai Maori. That too is a separate issue, so let's not confuse it. It's about the number of people in total, regardless of the Maori wards issue, that sit around this table. We've put a lot of effort in recent times into calling for a leaner council overall, at times causing considerable pain to our staff members. Should we not also be setting an example? Shouldn't we be feeling some pain too? We should be looking at ourselves here as well. There are considerable significant costs over time in cutting the numbers in terms of support services and IT. The Mayor herself has raised the issue of cutting our professional development in half, and I would actually support getting rid of all of that. There are costs that come with elected members. And I understand that this is uncomfortable. We all want to be elected after all, and, there may be some concerns for self-preservation. I feel that too, it's natural. But I do think we need to look past that now. We're actually supposed to be here, not for ourselves, but for the good of the city and the ratepayers. We should be putting what we think is best for them first, ahead of our own insecurities and fears. And I sincerely believe there's too many people sitting around this table, and it doesn't make for good governance. We should be leaner and better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. This morning we started with public forum where there were accusations of a loss of diversity. I want to address those points. Diversity is important. Diversity of thought. Diversity of race, sex, age or anything else is identity politics. It is about allegiance to a group which is anti-diversity. George Orwell called it groupthink. His book, 1984, was supposed to be a warning. I do not believe more men on council is a solution, but to claim more women is great is contradictory. It is less diversity. The women on this council got here on merit. That is all that matters. I would like to support the age diversity because having lived experience of every age younger than me, I have diversity. So there is no need for our younger councillors under that argument. As for race, I represent Angles, Saxons, Vikings, Romans, and many others. According to science, my DNA is 60% banana. So I represent more race than some candidates. Surely my diversity means radicals need to vote for me. But my banana genes don't give me any useful ideas for my role as a councillor. So you must dismiss all these arguments that provide nothing of value. I reiterate that merit is all that matters.
Okay, anybody else for debate? Oh, Mark, off you go, and then Angela.
Yeah, look, I support the motion from Councillor Tim. For me, this is about efficiency. Running a business, you look around all the time and you say, where can I fix systems and processes? And here's a great opportunity for us to do that. So, look, my debate is short and sweet. It's cost efficiency, savings in the long term. If we don't make the changes now, then it's just going to prolong, potential cost savings in the future.
Okay, did I see your hand, Sarah? No, I did. Emma? Emma, then Maxine, please. Emma? Hi.
Sorry, just having technology issues. Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just want to take us back to 2014, when the Hamilton City Council consisted of 12 councillors in the mayor. Today we have 14 councillors in the mayor, which approximately represents about 15.3% increase in the number of elected representatives. During the same period, Hamilton's population has grown by about 20.9%. Back in 2014, each representative, including the mayor, represented about 11,784 constituents. Today, with our increased population, each representative now serves approximately 12,353 constituents. If we proceed with the proposed reduction to 10 councillors, the ratio will drastically change. Each representative will then be responsible for approximately 16,845 constituents. This significant increase in the constituent to representative ratio highlights the impracticality and inefficiency of these proposals. The workload on each councillor would increase as a consequence, reducing their ability to attend local events, create stronger relationships and communications that are important to encouraging democracy and participation, which we know is an issue within local government. Furthermore, as Hamilton's diversity of many cultures, religions, age has expanded over the past decade, it is imperative that our council reflect this growth. Reducing the number of councillors could have a detrimental effect on our ability to represent multiple communities. A diverse council, I feel, is essential to ensuring that all voices in our city are heard and that decisions are made in an inclusive manner. It's a shame that the financial implications have not been provided, but I do note that any potential cost savings from reducing the number of councillors would only come from an operational cost perspective, and we do have the opportunity to look at these adjustments in the long-term plan to gain those efficiencies. Additionally, the remuneration pool for councils is managed by the Remuneration Authority, which means that as it stands,
sorry.
the overall...
Emma, finish your sentence.
Am I going?
You are. I was leaning.
Sorry.
I was listening then. Can you just finish the statement you were making?
Just saying that the budget pool would not decrease and that it's just an inefficient time to do it. Thank you.
Maxine, trying to keep time, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, Emma. Some points really very well made, and that I wholly support. I think a representation review at Hamilton City Council at this time just isn't the right thing to do. Firstly and foremost, we've heard that the potential cost would be $100,000, and in the current economic climate, where every dollar needs to be scrutinised and carefully allocated to ensure our well-being of the community, it simply can't be justified. There is also the potential for further reviews to be had after the legislation around the Maori wards is completed, and that we would have a process to work through there as well. I don't agree with Councillor Tim with regard to the small impact on our workload, and that less councillors would have. I believe that councillors play a really crucial role in our community, being available to them, attending events, addressing issues that affect them, and reducing the number of our councillors would inevitably increase the burden of that on the remaining representatives. There is already a shortened pool of attendees at many things. So this added pressure couldn't lead to better effective governance across our community, and I just can't support it for those reasons. Additionally, it's really well known that that remuneration pool is set by the Remuneration Authority, whom we have no control over. There is no example that can be shown where this has happened before, and whether or not the mover's intention to reduce that pool at the Remuneration Authority, it doesn't change the fact that currently it would mean a pay increase for those who are re-elected at this time, and Councillor Tim being one of those, should he be re-elected. This, puts us potentially in a real conflict of interest around voting on a shortened number, and I think we could potentially
Point of order.
Maxine, sorry, two reasons to kind of draw it to close. One is you've only got to finish that sentence that you're on, that statement that you're on, but I've got a point of order. I haven't heard it yet. Can I just take that, please?
That the member was stating a councillor's position that is opposite to what he has specifically said. He specifically said...
You don't need to explain. You're saying a matter of incorrectness.
So it's incorrectness, misleading the chamber, nasty, disrespectful. Should I keep going?
I think, Maxine, you need to make sure that you're completely accurate and avoid speaking for some other member, but please continue with your... I know, she's finishing the one thought like you and also we're interrupting. She's finishing this thought now, and so is it, just as Emma and you did, and you get your right to reply. Maxine, can you finish up, please?
Yes, thank you. Apologies for the time allocation. So I think, just in conclusion, the financial costs don't way that we should move ahead with this, that the workload on councillors would be impacted, I believe. And
Okay,
that,
thank you. Time to stop, sorry.
Oh, very good. Okay, thank you.
We're well over, sorry, Maxine. So I have tried to be fair. Everyone has gone over a little bit, and I think that's to be fair, but we should really try and stick to time, because that's the fairest outcome for everyone. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I won't be supporting this, just primarily because I think it's been a somewhat rushed proposal, and I don't consider that it's been particularly well thought through. I'm also concerned that even the people that have put it forward don't necessarily completely comprehend what was put forward, because there was some misinformation put out, which has actually confused our community and created issues, which I think is a really dangerous thing to do. We had a number of speakers this morning who basically summed up my concerns for this motion, particularly around, as other speakers have said, potential in reducing diversity, but also, it takes, if we're all honest, it takes a significant level of privilege to stand for council, and we don't want that situation to get worse. We want to be able to support and encourage all people to be able to put their hand up to be a candidate for council if they want to, and we need to be enabling of that, not the other way around. So yeah, I'm definitely not in support of this, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate? I might take a turn at debate if I may, just in my notes. As I have already said in public, and it might surprise you, I'm very open to a sleeker, smaller council, but I do not believe that this is the time or the way to do it. In fact, a point of interest, I'm the only councillor here around the table who has always run at large in my whole political career, and I know some of the pros and cons around doing that, and one of the cons would be the considerable extra cost. However, that's not the reason I can't support it today. There's significant missing information in my mind around what the actual costs would be short-term and long-term, and I'd want to understand those. I don't think it proposes material savings in the short term because of the remuneration pool being a fixed amount, and I understand and support Tim's intent to talk with the Remuneration Authority, but in the short term, the effect would be that less of us would get more money, or less councillors would get more money. That is the simple, honest reality. And I do know that we have tried in the past to push on the Rem Authority, especially in those financial hard times, to consider how we can work within our pool. And the best that they could come up with COVID was directing us to donate, but I had already done so. And there was no auditing of that, of course. But yep, I do sit on many governance boards around the country, even National Council, and it depends on what representation, what breadth of representation you need. Majority of those sit between 12 and 15, but I do know that when you have small boards, you can really get punched through some decision making quite quickly. So I'm open-minded to the change. I just don't think I want to spend the extra money now for what I see as minimal financial benefit in the short term. Thank you. That's me. Anybody else? No? Yes? Okay, nobody else? Oh, Angela.
I think. Thanks, Mayor Paula. I've been through a few reviews, and it's always quite a tough process to go through that requires a lot of staff time and so many options. And ultimately, it's actually up to the public to determine how they want to be represented, not us. And there's always been a variety, actually as each year goes, or each representation review goes on, it seems to get more complex with a growing city, with different communities of interest. And this motion I'm uncomfortable with. While I look forward to the rep review at the appropriate time with appropriate budget, this feels like it's a predetermined view, and it is the public's decision to decide. This is also a time where we're supposed to be cost saving, and this is unbudgeted, and $100,000 or upwards perhaps of $100,000 is doesn't make sense to me, given that in our current financial costs. So I'm not sure that as in the previous item, the mover of the motion said as custodians of ratepayers' money, I'm not sure that ratepayers would look favourably at us spending $100,000 of unbudgeted. The other thing that is an issue for me is some of the issues raised and I tautoku them from the public forum speakers. It is a worthy issue to raise, our workload for community events. There is only a small number of elected members that attend community events, so I really need to think about that. Look, we're going to do this money anyway. We have budget for it anyway, but it's not right now. And the other thing is, July is an informal recess from all formal meetings, and that's because after an LTP, the organisation and the staff that have supported us are exhausted. No one's really touched on the capacity of our staff to be able to do this work, and they need a break from it as well. So for those reasons at this point, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think this process is fundamentally flawed. Firstly, last term, the council made a decision and decided on representation arrangements for 2 terms. And the agreement, the agreement with the community at the time, who we consulted with, was this would be in place for 2 terms, and it would be next term that we undertake another representation review as we're legally required. So my question is, what is the rush to do this now and override what was a decision for 2 terms? And particularly when there is such a short time frame to actually undertake a representation review. We should not be changing the way that people are represented without actually properly consulting them, without having proper information in front of us and being well informed. And I'm concerned that this proposal predetermines an outcome without us having any information before us. And it also doesn't allow good practice in terms of pre-consultation and understanding more recent community views in terms of representation. So I think that it's going to be too rushed, and it needs to wait until next term when we will have the time to do this properly and to give it the time and proper thought and consideration that it deserves. I also think that there are more options that we should be considering. Tauranga City Council was raised earlier in questions. While they have a smaller number of councillors, they actually have 8 wards plus a Maori Ward. And they saw value in having a larger number of wards and actually having smaller geographic areas which reflect communities of interest for elected members to represent. And that allows a greater equitable representation across the city to ensure that all parts of the city are represented and also ensures that there's greater connection between elected members and the community. So more options need to be on the table to consider, not just one predetermined view.
Oh, thank you. Time, you called time just when I called time, so that was good, great. Moko.
While I do support a review of kinds, I think the timing is just not right to my fellow councillor, Tim McIndoe. I haven't, during the discussions, been able to see where the savings are. And I think that's what our community wants to see. So I've not been able to fully realise that. And while I do acknowledge that there would be some savings made, particularly from the PD budget that we are all allocated, in terms of savings for councillors themselves, I've not been able to determine that. there is a date that is set down for our review to happen in the future, and I think that time we will be able to allocate dedicated time to that. I think the timing is not right either, given the amount of mahi, the amount of work that our staff are already under. And I think we owe it to them to let them get on with the amount of work that they already have. So these are some of the reasons why I am not going to be supporting this particular motion. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any further debate? Or shall we go to the right of reply? Right of reply to you, Tim. Oh, sorry, Louise. Oh.
Ultimately, for me, this comes down to process. I have nothing against a representation review. As many of you know, I'm a massive democracy nerd. I'd love a representation review. But this process, like Councillor Thompson said, appears to be immensely flawed. I want to reiterate what Kelly Pike said in her written submission provided, that the public have submission fatigue. We saw a significant drop in the number of submissions to our long-term plan, so the idea that in 30 days we could adequately understand the views of the community, which we are required to do during a representation review, I don't have any confidence in us being able to survey the community adequately and then provide that information back to us. I was talking with a local government colleague from Selwyn Council who said they've been working on a representation review for over 12 months. So 30 days, again, seems untenable. The $100,000 to do the review itself is operational spending, and we have seen the community come in the long-term plan and say how important $100,000 of operational spending is to them. We cannot confirm the savings if we even changed it, but this is about doing a review in the first place. And like Councillor Thompson said, who I think maybe stole some of my points, that actually we are predetermining an outcome. We can't assume that there will be savings. We could spend $100,000 and change nothing. And where is that money going to come from? We can't confirm that we're going to be using recent data, and mesh blocks, which are the very small geographic portions of information, are actually critical to a representation review. I feel very concerned actually that, you know, if this was to go through, there would be a perverse outcome. I do not think that this would be the right time for councillors to get a pay rise, whether that's determined by the Representation Authority or through our own representational changes. So I have many concerns about this, and I will not be supporting it to be done this term.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Timing. Timing's a very subjective word, isn't it? Some have argued in the past that a year ago or a year before we don't tamper with rate increases and annual plans. We wait to the LTP, and that probably helped the financial crisis we have. We're in the midst of making significant staff cuts. So we as an organisation are reviewing our scale and our size and our direction. And that's the very best time to start looking at whether or not the governance wing is too fat. Because the average ratepayer who's having to see a rate increase, our own staff who are facing potential job losses, would want at the very heart of our decision making to be a subjective review of our own size. And let's get on to the issue of projected savings. Now, there's a lot being said. Gosh, lots being said about the unnecessary 100,000, it's OPEX, and there's no proof of any savings. Any person can turn over an envelope and know that you would save $24,000 in PD immediately. You would save approximately $20,000 in iPads, phones, and laptops. And
Misrepresentation?
Insofar as the costs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she makes a point because you are incorrect around the PD. That doesn't necessarily follow.
So sorry, what was your ruling?
It's already proposed to reduce the PD. What are you referring to? It's already proposed to reduce the PD, so that's an incorrect figure.
Yes, but hold on.
Yeah.
No decision's been made.
No. But that is proposed.
So you can't rule on something that a decision's not been made on.
Okay, carry on, please.
Thank you. My time, did it stop?
It was 42.
It was 42, so can I have the extra seconds back? I was just getting into the swing of it, Mayor Paula. So if you're promising you're going to give me my seconds back. So there are clear savings, I believe, in the back of my envelope calculation, 124-odd thousand in the first year, compounding. But let's not let the facts get in the way of a good narrative. We've also been told that going to citywide is inherently unfair, that only rich people will be able to get elected, that the marketing responsibility of going citywide, but then we selectively acknowledge that we then make decisions citywide, and half the city can't vote on the very people who are making the decisions. Now that can't be democracy, can it really? In a modern age? The point is, with social media and marketing, you can run an easy campaign across the city. It should not be seen as a barrier. People want true representation. A citywide is fairer, makes more sense, and cutting us to an appropriate size will save us money now and in tomorrow.
Councillor Tim, write a reply, top all that. Go on.
Colleagues, could I begin by thanking you all for your thoughtful contributions? I think it's been a very constructive, healthy debate. I can't respond to everything in the short time that I have available, so let me try a few. The idea that reducing our numbers would discourage diversity or favour candidates from more affluent areas is not supported by the facts. In the East Ward by-election earlier this year, 9 of the 16 candidates were not European. The second placed candidate was Chinese, the third was Fijian Indian, and the fourth was from Chile. Hamiltonians have shown a willingness and enthusiasm to embrace diversity when voting. I'm sure we all welcome that, and there's every reason to believe that some of those candidates will be successful next year, just as Kesh and Philip and Siggy and others have been in the past. Look at the extraordinary diversity of our current parliament. The MP for the general electorate in which we are currently sitting is Maori. His immediate predecessor is Indian. I have discussed with Mayor Paula how we can deal with this remuneration authority question. I can't obviously deal with it appropriately here, but I am absolutely committed to trying to ensure that there is no windfall. There will be, as I think Councillor Ewan has just alluded to, considerable cost savings if we can get this change in place for 2025 in the IT, governance, hospitality, professional development budgets and so on. And I hope in salaries as well. I want the savings to go back to the ratepayers. But we need to get it done for October of next year to achieve those significant savings. I've mentioned that the closest city to us in population is Tauranga, and that they are currently looking for 9 councillors and 1 mayor. I heard Councillor Sarah's point about the wards. I think that aspect of their system isn't attractive, but that's, I guess, a debate for another day, and it will certainly be part of a rep review. I've heard a suggestion that a reason to oppose this motion is that it would be harder for candidates to get elected. Well, with all due respect, we need to act in the best interests of our ratepayers, not give an easier ride to candidates. So there's no doubt in my mind, from my own experience in a by-election, that this is an idea that is warmly welcomed in our city. I canvassed on it significantly. Let's demonstrate that we are listening to the public.
Please finish, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will now go to the vote on the board, and then you'll be pleased to know I'm going to let you go for lunch. I'm hungry. Who's hungry? Oh, hang on. I've gone wrong. Go wrong. Take.
You're showing some real leadership there,
Oh, I often do. Thanks, Ewan. I lead your endorsement. Yes, please. Stop it over there.
Have you pressed the wrong button too?
No.
The motion is lost. 6-4, 8 against.
All right, thank you, everyone. That is the decision. We will be back for the public excluded items at...
We just resolved to move into PX.
Oh, we'll move into PX. I moved that we go into PX, and so Angela seconds, and you all say aye. Excellent. And now we're in public excluded. We will have lunch till at least, what's that?